everybody, and welcome to the Clan Championship Cup's Ironman event. This is a free-for-all with no surrender, no holds bar going on here. We have a lot of great players coming out today, and let me tell you, you're in for an exciting match here with who we got. Representing ATK, we have Thinking with Portals as the Dutch Empire going down our player list here. Taha representing KC, of course. And we have Dutchgamerspot. That's a familiar face to me from back in the day. Of course, we have Jska 123 with the Phoenicians playing as Dido. And that's representing SmolPP, I do believe. Vladimir playing Taha as the Incans. Malm, who is representing CivFR, of course, and we do have Czozp, who has denounced me at the start, coming from Scrap. Now let's go ahead and find our players on this map, and we do have a turn 1 settle coming out of our Netherlands player, ATK. Use the arrow keys to move. Looks like we're going to be looking at a little bit later settle here from our Brazilian player. Moving towards these rainforests here. This could prove to be quite the thing. Looks like making a decision here, waiting on him. That being the case, this is not a bad place to be. Lots of hills with these rainforests. Plenty of horses nearby as well. Coming down here in the south to see if anyone got that tundra start. That is going to be a nope. Ah, and there is the Rio de Janeiro settle right there at the top of the turn here, and that is turn 2. And we did have 2 extra city-states on the map, and Hattusa's having a bit of a late settle because of this. It's odd. And Czozp down here playing as France. Gets that coastal settle right off the bat. Has a horse nearby, has some stone. Some good hills nearby, this flat marsh for food. But this settle right here, 4 food, 1 production. Phenomenal. Is going to be scouting toward the east. That being the case here, we do have heading out further east. And there's there's Taha's capital for Macedon here. Wow, take a look at this starting location. 1 chocolate on the immediate settle grab, and then another right nearby has a horse. The marble, getting that scout out right away to get that early knowledge and intelligence of what's going on around. That being the case here, right nearby is our Cree player, and that is Malm. There we go. Renaming the capitals over will make things a bit easier for those of you as you join us for this match. And we do have our Phoenician warrior here from Jska heading out toward the northeast here. Lots of flat desert right by, but if he can scout this out, does have some good land up here to work with. Not great, but it's something there in the back if he has to back settle instead of more aggressively towards like these double diamonds, for example. Does have the tobacco to the south. Overall, really defensive positioning here. Just plug up this gap on this side of the river here with 1 unit, and his Brazil neighbor to the west is pretty far away, but won't be able to get to him. Not without cleaving through city-states. Oh, do have some disasters rolling through already. Hope you all are having a fantastic time. I can't tell you how great it is to be back in the community again. That being the case here, oh, it looks like Malm is going to be scouting out Taha rather early. Taha's warrior went out west through this mountain range to scope things out. Some amazing settles in here. However, Vladimir, our Incan player, is dead in the middle, so to speak, between them. But again, these 1-tile passes, very safe, easy to defend. So it's going to be a pretty good war here, probably between our Phoenician player Jska and Vladimir's Inca. Remember, this is the Ironman. There's no surrender. There's no backing out early, no tapping out. This is a fight to the death between all our players here. Nothing going on to the north. Now, Kumasi is all the way up here in the upper right corner of this peninsula. So there is a chance that our Brazilian player here in Dutchgamerspot is going to have that as a pocket, and that would be a phenomenal pocket to have. However, as soon as wars break out, it's going to get discovered if he locks in the suzerain. Now, we do have this monument coming out pretty early for ATK. Went right into it after the scout. No double scout open. We have to scout into settler here for the Dutchgamerspot. Now, that is a double scout. There was not a hut pickup. He did grab a hut and gave him the promotion, but not the additional scout. Hattusa finally getting the settle there. It is late. Kumasi got a wonder settle. Yeah. So the question of the day is going to be, Vaughn, is do you kill Kumasi for the wonder city, even though it's a bunch of tundra crap for the most part, except for this copper tile, which is actually decent, and one hill, I guess, or do you just keep it for the pocket for the bonus, if you can hold on to it? Oh, droughted, cleared up. Remember, the disasters are set all the way up to 4, so we are going to see a lot of natural disasters happening here. That said, 4-turn settler coming out for Arya here, for MSM. That being the case here, they're going to get their settlers out around the same time. Now, Arya does have the population 3, as opposed to... sorry, as opposed to Dutchgamerspot's population of 2. And remember, early on in the game, a population difference is huge in terms of food, production, and even other things depending on what tiles you have access to, whether it's faith generation, culture. For example, this coffee here has culture on it if you work it. And in the early game, when you only need low amounts of culture, for example, open the civics tree here, you only need 20 culture for foreign trade. So a difference of 1 is huge over a certain amount of turns. And it doesn't take that many for it to be worthwhile. There's a lot of decisions and micromanagement with your population in Civ that a lot of players really underestimate. And that's what separates the best players from the good players, is being able to micromanage all of those things. We have a heavy storm hitting under a cod. That's not going to affect any players, though. That is a beautiful area to make a city. Like, dear Lord. But we'll have to see what happens. Now, Arya is scouting to the south. This scout is eventually going to run into Arya, whether it'll be the warrior or the city. Now, Arya has no idea of this, mind you. We can see the map here, but they can't. The CS placement is super favor of Brazil and Dutch. I feel bad for the others. You know, you're right, especially this cluster here between Rapa Nui, Zanzibar, and Hattusa. But the city-states might be favorable for them, especially these 3 up here. However, that can backfire, because some players are a lot more aggressive than others. And as you can see, the spectator mod, I steal all the first meets. So this city-state placement, while it still greatly affects things, because it's a lot closer for people to discover them and meet with. Yeah, exactly, Rage. So without all the first meet bonuses, it's not as staggering. Being the case, we are paying a little attention now. The scout's coming down. This warrior was too far. It was on a hill as well, so I don't think it was seen. Because I do believe being on this hill here, the farthest that scout would be able to see is either to the iron or to this rainforest here. Because the rainforest is going to block vision of the forest behind it, and the warrior was over here. pretty relaxed start for Czozp here. Shit spawn. Yeah, definitely. Does have the settler coming out. Now, see, I said before that I really like Czozp spawn, and that's because of the amount of food that Czozp had access to. Only has the one horse. However, to the south, this tundra is pretty awful. The exception being the deer and the gypsum there, but otherwise it's pretty crappy. However, does have a city-state right here that Czozp can go bash, as well as a settle right around here. That would be okay. Now, depending on where Czozp would choose to settle, he could get 2 settles on this river if needed. Now heading back out here. Now, Malm has chosen to make an additional Ohikta. I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry, I butcher things. However, does have the early builder come out and is making more of them. Now, Kree Scouts, if you remember, have the same strength as Warriors, and they come out with a promotion. So they can be devastating if used properly. Now, we do have Taha's Settler coming out this turn, and oof, end of the turn. End of the turn, moves the Ohikta into position, and a flood hits, and hits both units. Oh, gets the first move on it against Taha, who is busy working on the scout down here. Now, that said, there are more of these unique scouts coming into play. Now, the question's going to be, is what will Taha do in response? Malm has declared on Taha as well. Now, Vladimir's Settler, we haven't spent a lot of time looking at Vladimir's area. And the reason for that is because look at all these mountains. It's very well protected, easily defendable. A lot of little pocket holes here that could be annoying later on with scouts or quick run-bys with cavalry units. However, they're very quickly plugged up and hard to push through. For example, on this wooded hill, you could fortify a spearman or a pikeman, for example, and that horse and even the knight are going to struggle. That said, Vladimir is in position to defend the settle that he is going for, which appears to be either on the sugar or across. Now, again, excellent mountain adjacencies, super important for campuses, especially early because it's free science. That's, remember, adjacencies and making up. You hear all the time about German Hansa diamonds, and the reason for that is to capitalize on the adjacencies, because that's free bonuses for your city, for that district, whether it comes in extra gold from your commercial hubs, science, or the campus, etc. Yep, is coming in to lock this into place. This settle will be undeniable. Vladimir guaranteed the second city, which is great. Czozp won't be able to deny it. However, Jska is coming in from above here, so to speak. We'll see this border on that hill, so we'll know there is an enemy nearby. And that warrior came all the way down from over here. Now, Jska does not know non-Modul's there yet. However, does get to meet with Zanzibar, but it is not yet have an envoy. We'll have to see who gets what quests. We can't see that ahead of time, of course, but it's going to show. Here we go. We have our Brazilian player, Dutchgamerspot, here going for that second settle right away as well. Scout escorting the settler up here. However, making another scout for more information. Has the builder going down to the coffee. The warrior is down here, though. Without the warrior to help support here, this scout and settler could get bashed. But for now, it's just going to look like a passive block. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. The second city goes down right here, Brasilia. However, that means the meet with a cod is successful right there because they interacted right there with that border placement. Now, a big thing to remember is that the players have not scouted up here yet. They do not know about Brussels, Geneva, and Kumasi just yet. Here we go. We have some districts coming down here. Holy Site under construction. So we might see some religious play come out for our Brazilian player here. We're going to have to wait and see what the picks are going to be. That said, we have slingers coming out for Czozp here. It looks like an archer brush is going to be underway. Likely to bash either Yerevan to deny southern settles for Vladimir, or will he go to Cardiff? That is going to be the question of the day as far as that goes. But he does know, because Czozp did good scouting, he knows where his enemy's units are, because Vladimir was forced to use the warrior and the scout in order to secure the settle for himself. Czozp knows that his settler is safe. His scout is up forward to spot for any incoming units, because there is the tile pass here and here. However, that being the case, we have another storm hitting. Does not seem to be affecting anything in particular. However, the Uhiktas are causing some problems for Taha, and Malm's warrior here is down here as well, trying to deny a settle. This could be big. We'll have to see how it plays out. Sooner or later, the settle is going to occur, because even though Taha may want to settle this tile, could settle over here or even here if need be by crossing. So he could take the less desirable settle by choice. And we do have a volcano right here as well. That could be a big deal later. Warriors coming out, going into another settler. Now we do have the first settler out, as well as a trader. Do have a little banter going on in chat. Try to remember, guys, this is an Iron Man. Should not be communicating. Okay. Thank you for letting me know about the chat box not working properly. It did it aimless to see who would respond. That's pretty dirty. Alright, and we do have extra builders out here from Malm, trying to make the most out of improving these tiles. Now, improving tiles is a really big deal. And I've covered this before with other matches that I've cast and hosted before. Now, improving the tile, like, oh, but that only gives me a little bit of, like one more food or two more production on this and that. But you have to remember, if it takes 40 production to make something, that difference of 1 or 2, that's 1 or 2 more every turn. So the more turns that go by, the more it pays for itself, which is why early improvements are incredible investments for your mid and late game. Even for your early game, they can pay off as well. And of course, you have to improve things like your iron and your horses to generate those resources to make horsemen, swordsmen, etc. But it's all a part of it. Now, the scouts are fortifying now after hitting the slinger. I'd be surprised. See, this scout's gearing up to get promoted again. We do have a promotion 2 scout up here with Malm. Heading out here, we do have Vladimir will get the meet with non-Madol. Second settler, I apologize, coming out for Jska here in 3 more turns. Be 2 more at the end of the turn. 1 more turn, and Vladimir's second settler is going to come out. Hopefully going to be able to link up with this warrior, or might have some trouble. That being the case now, coming back out west, take a look at this train. We have 3 scouts here and a slinger. Another settler being produced now. Shrine is coming online. Let's take a look at the great people points here to see who is doing what. Now we do have Hapasha as the first scientist. That +1 science to all libraries is a really big deal later on. And you get your first library instantly for free, which is absolutely huge. Now that being the case, looking at the profits now, only Brazil's going for it, that 1 faith per turn. That will change in 3 turns though. However, it looks like they're going to try and chain gang this settler along to get the settle secured. Irrigation comes online for Arya. You can see there with the coffee they're getting improved at the plantation. That is going to help generate gold as that gets worked. Warriors still scouting out south. Getting a little heated in this chat. Whew. Yeah, I'm going to verify that nothing's changed. I'll try and keep it civil here. We do have the war declaration between Dutchgamerspot and ATK. It's a war game. I understand it's a war game, but just because you can say bad things to people doesn't mean you should say bad things to people. It's like Jurassic Park. Alright, now we do have Holy Site prayers coming online next turn for Dutchgamerspot, so we could see a big surge here to get this first religion out. Did change off of the shrine to do this, so I'm rather curious to see how this is gonna, how many points it's gonna get. Because when you have shrines and eventually temples, the prayers do a lot more. Of course, by the time you have temple access, you're probably not needing holy site prayers for your religion, but far from the point. Do have some hits trading out here between these units. I'm rather curious to see if Arya can get the last hit with a slinger on one of these units in order to get the boost for archery. You have a storm. Let's see, where is it going? Oh! Heavy hit on the Hoikta here. The storm passed right on the tile. Woof. Now Alexandria goes down. Not exactly where Taha. So the settle for Alexandria wasn't exactly where Taha wanted to place it. However, made the most of it, carried on, and pushed on. And that's a big part of this. When you have early wars and a lot of early pressure, you don't want to cave. You want to try and make the most of your situation, even if it's a little less than ideal. And the reason for this is that the more you allow them to pressure and push you down, look at all this free space that Malm has generated for herself. By creating all this pressure, it's forced all of Taha's units back home and to stay centralized, while on the flip side, builders are moving around, settlers are freely moving, improvements are getting done. Weird. Dog's searching around for something. It's weird. But anyways, the point is you use this pressure you make yourself in order to do this, exactly this, is to get these extra improvements out safely. Now we did have an end of the turn hit. We'll have to see, can Malm first move the slinger? Is successful, gets the snipe on the slinger there at the start of the turn. However, does lose the Ohiktar for it to the scout. Warrior goes in the city and fortifies. 2 turns on a settler coming out. City goes down for Malm. This is Malm's first settler that's come out and popped down. Does have another one coming out in 3 turns though. And with Malm's tile improvements is able to produce quite a bit. As you can see, you have 2, 3 tiles here because of these improvements, and that's a very big deal there. Is able to get a lot of food generated and keep high production with that. I'll have to wait and see what these two do in the future. Now, that being the case, Jska's Warrior has chosen to move straight through. Now, we do have early campuses coming down in exchange here for Vladimir, making the most of those mountain adjacencies. Okay, so early naval units going to be coming out for Jska. They're going to try and get some coastal exploration going. Now, Jska's second settler is heading, or third settler, I apologize, sends a second one down here. Yeah, that would be the second. This is the third. So is going to maximize the settles that he is able to get in his area in order to make up for the lack of science from adjacencies. Because that's another thing you need to remember, is that population does factor into your science as well as your culture. Now, it's not a huge amount, but it all adds up over time, and it can make a big difference. That being the case, Arya has cleaned up, so to speak, English. Goodness me. The Dutch's scout, the warrior did manage to scoot away and promote, so it is sitting fine. Now, that being the case, Arya has elected to bring this warrior back up from the south. Next turn, there is a settler coming out for another settle. Some beautiful land over here. Absolutely gorgeous. Mountains, copper, the coffee, crabs on the coast as well. Eventually, when they tech into it, aluminum, coal. Arya has some amazing land to work with down the road. Not just early game, but mid and late game as well. That being the case, we're going to have to see what happens now. No religion just yet. How close? Alright, so at 1 point a turn, so we have 13 turns unless another project cranks out. However, going for the monument for extra culture. Now, I normally don't look at the demographics for science and culture early on because it's usually all within a point or two. However, at turn 25, I will begin showing the demographics per player for those that have been curious about that. So stand by and you will be seeing those shortly. Oh, these are beautiful. These two campus, absolutely beautiful. All right, we do have a volcano becoming active here, kind of close to Alexandria. I don't believe it'll ever put it at risk, but we'll have to see what happens. Now, that being the case, Taha has done an excellent job in holding off this aggression. Now, Malm is only working a slight contain here. You can turn on banner under Civ portraits under the UI options. Was that added to the mod, Vaughn? Let's see here. Options. Interface. Oh. Very nice. Well, now what happened when I did that? Why is this all grayed out, Vaughn? Yeah, the turn timer's still going when my thing grayed out. I'm glad they finally added this to the base game, but I'm now worried that something's happened. Oh, there we go. I fixed it. The menu wasn't showing. Press escape to cancel it out. The invisible menu. Can you write that down in a bug report for later, or I'll do it after this? I don't know how long this match will take, but there are the demographics for everybody wondering. Thank you for putting that out. I wasn't aware that was in the update. I must have read over it, because we used to have a mod for that. That being the case, trader is coming from the second city to the capital for Malm here. As you recall, Malm had that trader ready early ahead of time in order to get the road across the woods, over hills, across a river. This is an excellent road. And the reason this is the case is because of all the extra movement. As you can see, this Plains Hills has a movement cost of 3. Which means even if your unit has 1 or 2 movement as a maximum, 2 movement is a maximum, usually the minimum. Now, it would cost all of that movement to cross onto this tile. There are some exceptions with scout promotions, but the reason this is a big deal is that the road cuts down on the movement cost. So you route movement 1, ancient road. So it helps move builders, troops. So figuring out where to put your cities isn't only about tiles. It's also about how you can make the most of those roads as well. Look at this early war. End of the turn hits coming out between the Ohiktas on this fortified warrior. Will it get sniped down, or is this Ohikta going to go down? Now, Vladimir scouts over here too. Oh, gets the last hit onto the warrior and moves the other Ohikta to safety. Impressive coming out here. Whoa, leaves the scout unguarded. Nope, gets the slinger in place. I was concerned Vladimir might do a declaration and snipe it. Assuming the scout has the hill promotion, it could have happened. That would have been absolutely detrimental. Taking a look down here at Czozp here, it's been a while since we poked our head in this direction. Now, did end up getting into sailing to improve these crabs. Now, we do have the god of the sea pantheon, as you can see. These crabs are excellent tiles now, these 2-2-3s. Instead of just 1-3s for food and gold, Czozp's making a lot more out of those tiles, which is going to be huge for his capital. Especially when some of these tiles have to get chopped or cleared in order to place districts. Rowan here has a bit more freedom in what it can choose and elect to do, since it does have river adjacency access and extra tiles. Now these flat tiles, everyone's like, oh, but there are flat tiles there, that's so bad. But you got to remember, when you place a district down, you can't work that tile anymore, you're working the district. So you need to keep that in mind. So a couple of flat tiles that are empty, like these by La Rochelle, these can be districts. Now it's much more likely where you might see Czozp go for the wonder, for those that are not familiar, Petra. Now what Petra does, as you can see on screen, is 2 food, 2 gold, and 1 production on every desert tile for the city, as long as it's not a floodplain. Now, La Rochelle could be an excellent city for that because of all this desert access. We'll have to wait and see if that's a choice that Czozp makes. We might not. Now, that being the case here, take a look at the demographics here. I know it's a turn early, but I did want to point out the big science lead that's being generated by Vladimir with that early campus. Also, is the only player currently competing for Hypatia, which is a huge deal. Now, everyone thinks of Newton and Einstein for the big scientists, and there are a lot of other ones that are worth taking if you can get them, because of the bonus to universities. However, this +1 to libraries, along with the free library it gives you, is nothing to scoff at. And as we can see, Third City going down is another +4 campus. Now, it's not being worked on per se right now, it looks like, as the city is undecided with its current production plan, as is Salsa. But as you see, these are huge science gains. Because look at his name, look at everyone else on screen here. You have 7, 5, 8, 6, 5, 6. And that's all from population. And while that's helping, but sorry, that's less, that's half or less of what he has. But look at these early game technologies, where you have horseback riding takes 60 science to complete. Look at how much faster. That's 4 turns for Vladimir to unlock. But for these other players, it's so much longer. And that difference can be huge in a war effort. Because you're pushing into them because you were more aggressive. They went the science start, which is, quote, the greedy start. But you finally push in to this defensive land with all these mountains and small tile passes, only to find out that all these spearmen are being upgraded into pikemen, and now your horses are worthless. Or you see all these archers become crossbowmen. And it completely takes the wind from your sails. And that's why that small science gain is so big. Later on, when technologies take 400 science, 300 science, that difference of 4 to 6, 10, that's not as big of a deal. But you need to remember that it's that difference of 10 every turn. So over 10 turns, that's 100 science points difference in generation. And that's why it's so important. Now, we do have an encampment going down for our Brazilian player as I kick off of one soapbox to jump onto another. Let's see here. Has a religion been taken yet? No. Is Dutchgamerspot is taking his time to acquire the religion, and the reason why is because no one else is generating profit points. So there's no rush for it. There's no competition. Now, that being the case, we do have quite a few units out here still, defensively speaking, for ATK. Now, we do have a trader going down, presumably. Now, this is probably going to Akkad. I want to say it's going to Lisbon, but I believe that's too far for an original trader out. So I do believe we're going to see it start hooking to the right, because I do believe the fastest route is going to be this way. And that might be why Tilburg is placed where it is. Now, that being the case, we do have a campus going down. The first leader taken was Pingala here. And this warrior from Dutchgamerspot just hanging out in the back. It's keeping these units in check. It's making them follow, making them keep an eye on things. While there's no eyes at all on Dutchgamerspot's land from Arya at all. And because of that lack of knowledge, Dutch is going to get this encampment up, and Arya's not going to know until it's done and the general points start to add up. And once generals enter the fray, that combat bonus is absolutely massive. Now we are going to keep an eye on this for this turn. I do want to see what the unit movements are going to be. Alright. City improvement going down here is completed, as you can see. Now, the city improvement is walls. That's what this animation represents, is walls. Now, just because they start walls, they don't have to finish them. Oh, hold on now. I do believe we just saw... What? Wow. It is a 9. Man, Brazil's adjacency nuts. Trying to figure out why I saw a light over here when there was no profit and there was no shrine being worked on. Why you do this, game? Why you do this? Alright, now, other units are now moving forward to begin scouting in Dutch's direction now. This is a big deal. Tilburg has walls coming online as well now. Not in the capital just yet. Now, this is a big deal. And the reason being is that once you start production of a district of walls, and we'll get to that peace notification in just a second. Founded the religion already? Islam. Jesuit education. Alright, so campus and theater square district buildings with faith. And crusade is the second. Alright, so Jesuit education is really, really strong. And the reason being is that you can buy your libraries, universities, amphitheaters. You can buy that with faith, which is a really big deal because most people, most players, choose not to do much with their faith after they secure the religious bonuses they want. That being the case, an option like that to use that resource, almost like gold, without using your gold, is a really big boon later on. Especially when you're getting cities down and you're just completing. Taha and Malm have secured peace with one another. They're trying to avoid an irrelevancy war, it looks like. That being the case, encampment is coming online. Pingala coming into the city soon. Game paused by Malm. What is going on? I'm gonna hop on down to the channel and see what is going on. Hey, what's going on?
I'm asking if I can declare war the same turn and make peace with someone.
No, it's in the game's hard-coded settings.
How much turn?
You have to wait 10 turns in the game's coded settings.
Okay, sorry for the pause.
No problem. Right there. Did have a question from one of the players there about declaring war again. And you got, nope, the game makes you wait. So this will give 10 turns for Taha to have no risk of war at all from Malm. And that's a big deal because Taha needs this breathing room right now. Especially when you look at this map, because we can see more than the players can, of course, because we're not affected by fog of war, guys. Malm's archers down here were going to make a really big difference, especially with the... but Chictaws, I know I'm pronouncing that wrong, and I'm sorry, but these are able to go toe-to-toe with warriors, especially when they get promoted, because they still have the scout promotion tree, which includes that combat bonus. Now, we haven't been looking much to see what Jska's been up to. Now, that being the case, it looks like Jska's gearing up to go take out Zanzibar to either take for himself in order to secure a really solid city there on the border. Now, there is a double volcano here, which could be an issue later. I'd love to see a settle come over near this river in order to lock down this tile pass. That being the case, there's plenty of amazing settles in here to take. Now, we do have the Marine starting to scout around the coast. And this is a big deal. A lot of people underestimate coastal scouting with things like the Marine, for example. Or, if you're not them, you get the galley. Now, the reason why this is important is because this is a lot of difficult terrain to negotiate. And especially with Zanzibar going to be blocking out for borders. Now, that would mean all these scouts have to come through here to scout out and around. They're going to bump into the Brazilian player Dutchgamerspot. And this is a big deal because that, for one, the naval unit has a lot more movement. So it can cover more tiles more quickly. But all of these, like Kumasi, for example, with this one. Now, it's going to be blocked by the ice caps here, as you can see. Which means it has to go around this way, but it's also going to be blocked in. Which is weird. The map's not supposed to do that. However the case may be. Now, the reason why is normally the polar ice caps don't fully block out a map like that. That's actually quite rare to see on a map. And we do have more military units coming out of Alton Towers. And that is, yep, they're moving right towards Zanzibar. This is going to be a push onto Zanzibar to take this city-state in order to help secure borders, get a good, solid city there. It has good tiles. This would be, well, if it weren't for these two volcanoes, it'd be a gorgeous campus. It still is. Now, that said, naval units can still be good for war. That's new in GS since ice melts eventually. Ah, okay. Fair enough, Vaughn. Fair enough. Now, naval units are still worthwhile, even on maps such as this on a Pangea. Especially if you have tile passes like this. Imagine you're trying to siege through to this tile to push in, which is going to be really hard already. But imagine how much harder that's going to be when you have a couple of frigates raining hell on your parade as well. So you not only have a ranged unit here providing support, you'd also have frigates over here, which it makes a huge, huge difference. That being the case here, we do have some pretty big war movements going on between Dutch as well as Arya. Now, we do have the encampment training coming out, which means the general's coming online soon. But there aren't any real units for this general to be supporting. And that's another issue. Let's say make a dedication. Da 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 da. Yeah, there we go. Now, walls have come online in Eindhoven. Arya has made it very clear to Dutch that she wants war. She wants to kill him. Now, even if he gets a general, like I said, there's no units really for this general to be supporting. Because as you know, generals, the first generals are classical and medieval units that they affect. Now, this is a big deal because warriors are ancient era units. The classical era units, they don't even start at the archer. They begin with the horseman, the swordsman, and on. Even the heavy chariot, I wanted to just call it a chariot, but I knew that wasn't right. The heavy chariot, even the heavy chariot is an ancient era unit. So that makes all these units, unless they can suddenly become swordsmen, only has the one source of iron, but it's been pillaged by the scout. That is a big deal now. Now, it was on the shrine. However, without the swordsman, that general is going to be useless. And we do have a start of the turn hit. Now, he does get Sun Tzu. Now, the good thing about Sun Tzu is even after you're done using him, you move past the medieval era, Sun Tzu is able to be used in order to generate a great work of art. So you can use that for culture generation once you're completely past the medieval era. Now, that said, it's more worthwhile to save your gold and promote your units later when you need them, because keeping the lower tier units is reduced maintenance costs. And that is why you see players mass upgrade in the mid game and even in the early game for swordsmen. It's to keep the maintenance costs down. Now, that being the case here, Jska is about in position and ready to be going to war with Zanzibar here. Does have to be careful though, because city-states do start producing units a lot quicker when player units are detected nearby. Doesn't matter if you're at war or not, that city-state will begin cranking out military units much quicker. You have a Gotham down for the science and the gold. Very nice, very nice. And have one up here as well. Oh, it's a 4 and 4, absolutely beautiful. Now, that being the case, looking up at our banners here, we see Vladimir maintaining that science lead, even has a big culture lead right now. The Pantheon taken was God of the Open Sky, which is going to make all these pastures start to give culture, which is absolutely huge. But again, these differences, Vladimir's economy, so to speak, is significantly stronger, and that's because Vladimir has managed to avoid war. However, Jska knows Vladimir is going to be ahead in science because of these mountain adjacencies. Settler coming out, builder coming out. Now, we do have this settler moving forward to establish the 4th city. This one getting ready to go for the 5th. Is settling in Jska's direction. Now, that's dangerous because Jska does have a military out. Now, they're not in position to be fighting Vladimir. However, it's not that far either. They're going to have to be careful, be keeping a very close eye on that. We're going to go down to Czozp in just a second. Let's see how this is going. Now, we do have archers in position. Iron coming online from Malm. Lots of improvements. Back settles going on. A lot of beautiful land back here. Does have the natural wonder in the background of Halong Bay. That being the case, though, Taha is going to be the one under pressure, so to speak. More encampments coming down. Now, we do remember Mastodon has that unique barracks that makes the units you produce also generate science. And with those buildings in place, when it's time for war and Taha's cranking out units to get ready, that's going to be generating science as well. Now, it's raw science points, not science per turn. And that does make a big difference. However, it will mean that going to war will not slow down Taha as much as it would other players. Now, taking a look over in Czozp's area here, as you can see, aggressive movements to the east. Czozp declares on Cardiff. All right, that was expected. I thought it might be Cardiff, but honestly, I was expecting Yerevan just to have a more aggressive city against Vladimir. But it looks like Czozp's wanting to stay in the background. I don't care about grievance points. Now, looking at the suzerains to see if anyone's gotten easy quests yet, and the answer to that is no. Now, we do have Jska's bleh. There we go. Over in Hattusa now. And that does make a big difference because it gives the +2 envoys for being put there. And with an easy quest, that's the really easy suzerain. For those that aren't familiar, Hattusa suzerain bonus gives you quite a bit now. It provides you with 2 of each strategic resource per turn that you have revealed but not improved. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but that can mean a lot. If you're having, you didn't get any iron in your land, being able to generate enough to promote 1 warrior to a swordsman, that improves your city strength, because your city strength improves with your units. Just like your ranged wall damage improves with your ranged units. With that technology, as you upgrade those units and have them out. So those things can become a big deal. Now, sure, you could say it's situational, but it's really not. Just having that stockpile sit there and growing when it's time for war, like, wait, I didn't see any iron. How do you have iron and you're upgrading all these units and they're desperately trying to scout for this iron to pillage and they can't? So things like that can be a huge deal. Now, we do have a warrior that got upgraded to a swordsman for Czozp, and the AI is still as notoriously awful at war moves as it used to be, I see. That being the case, though, Czozp is going to have an easy time taking over this area because Cardiff does not have a lot of units. Now, Czozp will get to enjoy some beautiful mountain adjacencies here for some campus later on. And that'll be easy cleanup phase. Now let's see where these settlers are going to settle. Is it going to be right here and here? Because that's pretty bold if that's the case. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Swervin. I hope you're enjoying the match as much as I am casting it. It's great to be back in the community, and welcome to the match. Alrighty. Right back into it. Taking a look between Arya and Dutchgamerspot now. They are being a little more aggressive. Now that Dutch has that sword accompanying the general, now this changes things quite a bit because that sword gets that bonus combat strength. And there is now a missionary back here. Because you need to remember, did take Crusade. So we're going to take a look at the religious pressures here. 5 turns for conversion here, 13 here, and that's passive. Passive conversion. Oh, thank you so much for the comment. I really appreciate it. I haven't commentated in a long time. It's really great to do it again. Now, a big thing to remember here is that the sword not only has +5 combat strength, in a couple of turns, when this city converts, it'll have an additional +7 combat strength, which is going to be monstrous. That being the case here, these archers are doing an amazing job taking shots. Oh, it's so close. Oh, no, it takes 2 movement to move into the forest. Sorry, Arya. Hopefully you can first move it. We'll have to see. No, this is great. Oh, sorry, Duck. I get sidetracked. You know, because there's a lot going on the map, and I don't want to just miss things. Now, little tick. Fair enough. I do say that an awful lot. I guess you could say it's a tick. Alrighty now. Back into it. Now we do have the missionary moving up. We'll have to be careful so that it doesn't get killed off by a military unit. The big difference here right now is the city strength. Now these walls are doing an excellent job of staving off for now. And I think Dutch has realized it does not have enough swordsmen to commit to this. Now, I'd like to see either more swords or some archers come out to back these up. However, it does not seem to be the case. It is instead focusing on getting a back settle, as hopefully a settle up here as well. It does have 2 settlers out, another on the way. Arya is only on 3 cities, though. Let's see if the first move to kill the sword happens. Nope, the promotion comes instead. Other sword moves forward, kills the warrior. Archers are going to take shots. It looks like Tortoise was not taken as the promotion, unfortunately. General moves back onto the other swordsmen so that it can't get kicked back to Rio de Janeiro. Remember, great people, when you step on them from an opposing player you're at war with, it will kick it back to their nearest city. And that can be huge for sniping their generals. Oh, now we do have... Oh, the warrior does get cleaned up. Will not be able to pillage the horse. A lot of great war moves coming out here from both sides. Now, again, I'd like to see some archers or something because Dutch has provoked a large response from Arya. And while these back settles are going on as great, Dutch doesn't really have enough to defend. If Arya gets a horse out and is getting chariots ready, I mean, Dutch might be in quite a bit of trouble here. And with walls on these two forward cities, it could be rough. We'll have to see how they choose to handle it. Heading out east, Zanzibar is under siege, as you can see from this symbol here. And with the archers are going to be sniping at the units in order to get their early promotions out. Because archers, crossbow, any ranged unit you have that gets heavy promotions is devastating throughout the entire game if you can keep it alive. That being the case, Zanzibar tries to take some hits. And remember, units you place in the city center to help increase your city strength to fortify with, if they get weaker, so does your city strength value. So be very careful when making those choices of should I attack, try to hit that unit to weaken it so it kills itself when it hits my wall. You need to try to plan ahead with that and bear these things in mind because they can make a big difference. Civ is a game that looks very simple on paper, but in all practicality is incredibly deep. There's a very high skill ceiling. And it's these extra things that the better players do that others don't do as much or as well. That being the case here, we do have extra cities coming down for Jska. I'd like to see more settles in this direction. It has plenty of space, but I 100% agree with settling over here somewhere just to lock down this side of the border. Might even incidentally lock out a settle from Dutch, depending on where it goes. Now, that also depends on where Dutch is looking to settle, because this one's untouchable, for example. However, because of the sea level splitting this tile first, it makes it a lot less desirable. Vladimir still holding strong in a lead in both culture and science. I'm going to pull up the tech tree here to see where everyone is. Hey, Nut, how you doing? Let's see. As you can see, Vladimir has a noticeable lead over everyone else. And it doesn't look that much now, but it will continue to compound itself. You have some chops going on in the background. Even have an aqueduct coming down for the city of Sausa there, even though it's a river settle. You have plenty going on here as well. That being the case, I see. Producing the Machu Picchu. Cardiff has been knocked down by Czozp. Now it's going to be a question of where will Czozp decide to turn the military now, because Lyon was settled further east and eventually is going to end up running into some players here. Now we do have Heteroy on the field, and Heteroy, as you recall, the unique horsemen, they come with a promotion. Ditch is wanting some of what Vladimir's got, going to settle next to a +4 campus, and gets unique improvement, gets big bonuses from aqueducts. That's probably why. You know what? Thank you for pointing that out, Duck. That's really informative. And Oh, and then Jska and Dutch both got a settle that they wanted, it looks like. And this has a campus coming down. That's a very exposed campus. And I don't blame Dutch at all for wanting those +4 campus spots. Because this war that they've had going on is risking irrelevancy for Dutch unless Dutch can get some more... Dutch needs defensive units. With all these archers threatening to rain down turn after turn, it's very dangerous because even if these units are only hitting the encampment down turn after turn, it's not going to matter as they start getting promotions. Now we do have a declaration of war, Taha onto Malm. Now that Taha has the Heteroi, is feeling a lot more confident. Now we do have swordsmen and archers in the defense here for Malm, as well as a general. However, this general accompanying the Heteroi is going to be a lot better. And another thing to remember is that when Heteroi kill units, they generate great general points per kill. So this can add up into some really big bonuses later, especially, and yep, Elcid is the first medieval general. It makes a core out of a military land unit. If you're doing some sort of timing attack, using that to make a very early core can be devastating. We'll have to see what the response is going to be from Malm at this. Malm does not have a lot of military units right now. Most of the Oshiktas have scattered off or been killed now by the Heteroi. That said, it is going to be rather interesting. Sorry I have to leave. Are you going to have this on your channel so I can watch? Absolutely. Everything I stream automatically gets uploaded to my YouTube channel, Swervin. You will have no problem. You'll be able to see it. However, this isn't Ironman, so by the time you get back, it might still be going. Yeah, Duck, without a ram, but we might have a ram coming soon. For now, these Heteroi could just be doing cleanup in order to make room for safer builders. Now, we do have archers coming out in the defense here in both cities. This one comes out next turn. The next will come out the turn after. We do have some suzerains taking effect. Now let's see. Suzerains. Jska did pick up Hattusa as expected. Has 4 envoys in. Now, that being the case, there are no other suzerains yet. However, Fez is going to be picked up by Czozp eventually. Now we do have the Bareems taking Kumasi. I wonder if this is going to be a raise. This is going to be a raise for sure, in order to deny the pocket Kumasi. This is actually a very, very smart play here on Jska's part, because it's too far away, I think, to keep in terms of loyalty. And eventually, these players are going to start settling north. Whoever wins this war is going to have so much land, it's going to be ridiculous. That said, these archers are being pushed back. The sword's coming out aggressively on top here. A missionary is hanging back for now. We do have horses out, though. And with the city strength changing now, that will be seen and visible by Dutch. And that will mean to him that Arya has a much stronger unit in play. Yep, horse is moving forward. This is a dangerous time right now. Now the chariot's moving up as well with another chariot behind. Catapults coming out in the background. There are no walls yet, not even shown, which is very dangerous. And with another player at Dutch's back, there's no war yet. Temple of Artemis gets completed by Czozp. For those that do not know what the Temple of Artemis does, it comes at archery technology. And every camp, pasture, and plantation that you improve within 4 tiles of this wonder gives an extra amenity. It also gives food and housing, which can be huge for a city. So it does an awful lot depending on what you have to work with. Now, that being the case here, I'd like to turn our attention back to Vladimir again, even though I have the camera panned over Malm and Taha, because this 61 science and 42 culture, Vladimir's running away with the game right now. The players that have scouted him need to recognize this and stop fighting each other and turn their attention that direction. Because if they don't, and Vladimir is allowed to continue to sim in peace, he's going to become untouchable. Now, Vladimir's land is incredibly defensible. However, if Taha wasn't at war with Malm, Taha could run a bunch of Heteroi through this pass. And all of a sudden, all that defensive terrain through here, that's not going to matter as much, because the attack's going to come from up here. Love, that's actually not true. I know you and Nut are talking about picking up the game, but I have 8 gigabytes of RAM, and I'm streaming, hosting this game with players around the world. 8 gigabytes of RAM is more than enough to run the game and not have a problem. Machu Picchu going to be complete in 3 turns for Vladimir. Does have Reyna coming into Salsa there. Civ doesn't need that much RAM. Yeah, you're right, Puru. It really doesn't. You'd be surprised how little of your resources it uses. Now that said, you know, if you turn the graphics all the way up, it's obviously going to use more depending on if you have dedicated RAM on your video card. But that's a whole nother matter. Now we have more settlers coming out for Malm. Malm is building up behind all this. Is confident that she has enough to defend with for now. And is building up in the back. Now, end of turn, we did have a hit onto the Heteroi from the swordsman. That's pretty risky, considering the fortification. I run Linux and Civ 6 and it consumes altogether with all servers 100% physical. Wow. That's really surprising. Must be your processor then, I think. Then not your RAM. I think it's your processor. Negotiated peace to Zanzibar, Jska and Zanzibar. Okay, so Jska pieced out with Zanzibar. But it says they're still at war. That makes no sense. Thanks, game. Now we do have the catapult moving forward. Horsemen's in the front. We have heavy chariots behind. I would love to see Arya get to Night Tech behind this. Now that said, we do have Vladimir is in the medieval era now, which probably went for apprenticeship first. That said, we do have players Jska, Malm, and Taha right behind. Now, it's a small difference for now, but that difference is just going to keep compounding Dutch and Czozp are in the back here, but they don't have their campuses online yet. Layer Asper uses for Linux could be the cause. Fair. I admittedly don't know a whole lot about Linux, so you could be completely right there, and I would have no idea. Alright, taking a look around the board here, we have Builder coming out for Arya behind us. Arya is very confident in her position. Has excellent true positioning here with good support. Now the Catapult is taking shots now in the encampment, as are the Archers. Now we do get an Archer purchased out of Rio de Janeiro. Another Catapult coming up near Tilburg, so this is going to be a pretty big hit. There are still no walls coming online for Dutch. Dutch has Slingers out right now, so these need to get upgraded. The technology must have been recently unlocked. Jska probably pieced out with Zanzibar because she kept Kumasi. I was surprised to see the Kumasi keep. I mean, it's a great land because of the Singi, but even then, I mean, that city's going to be difficult to defend once it's discovered. Well, you know what? These are some of the best players around, and who knows exactly what they're thinking per se. Let's see. Probably play with the rule. Yeah, they can only capture one city-state in this game. Zanzibar is an excellent buffer to defend against Dutch. Even if Zanzibar was kept, look at how difficult it is to attack into this city. It's across a river no matter what. And with an encampment down, it's incredibly difficult to take. That said, Jska is falling back, has 2 promotions on each of these archers, which is fantastic. Raises, resettles Zanzibar, yeah. Machu Picchu is going to come online for Vladimir this turn. Now we do have Czozp moving around with 3 settlers out right now. Another 4th on the way. So Czozp's looking to be taking some ground here, which is going to be taking land away from Vladimir. Now Czozp definitely needs the land, definitely needs the cities because of the science difference right now, which you can see. There are campuses being built in the background. The +3, you have the +2. And even then, in Lyon, you already have a 7 campus. A 7 science campus. How about this? Beautiful. With the double geothermal fissure there as well. Triple, actually. That's just fantastic. Excuse me. Now, we do have the Hypospis moving forward as well with the general. Now, another thing to remember about Mastodon's unique units for the early game is their bonuses are actually very powerful for what they are. Hypospis get double adjacency bonuses in terms of their support bonuses. And because of that, you have a whole lot more about formations that's really important for Mastodon. That's even more important for them than it is for other civs. Because you can have their unique swordsmen hold the line against knights with ease depending on how your formations are set up. It all just depends on that. And it's just another thing you can capitalize on as a player. That said, Malm's defense here is pretty solid. Walls and encampment in between the cities. Now, the iron here was pillaged, and it looks like, we're going to have to see who gets there first. We are going to be watching this closely. Who is going to get onto that iron first? Zanzibar defeated. We'll get to that in a minute. It doesn't look like either of them are going for it per se at a risk of being out of position. We do have another Hatteroy coming out top of the turn as well. We do have a Hypospist and an Archer in the background to deal with this Chictaw. Now that being the case, 14 turns rebellion. Victor is coming into the city to keep that under control, so that won't be an issue. But with this massive 46 culture a turn, Vladimir is going to be exerting a lot of pressure down. Now, we haven't seen any new religions come up. It's still just Islam for Dutchgamerspot. Coming down here, we do have a theater square under construction, so we are going to see some big culture plays continue to come out of the Sim Citying. Vladimir. Interesting choice, kept Kumasi raised. Yep. Let's see, I would have raised Kumasi to deny the pocket and kept Zanzibar because it's a really great border city. But it just goes to show how many different ways. You know what? I don't think it was him. I think Hattusa did it. The other city-state raised Zanzibar. Well, this settler has a job. That being the case here, Dutch is on the defensive now. More units coming into the foray. These two swordsmen do have the general here for Sun Tzu, but there's just such an overwhelming force right now from Arya, with another catapult coming to follow up. That being the case, there are still no walls being built in any of these cities. More units for now. So these catapults are going to do egregious damage to the city center. Hey, Alien, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the match. I haven't seen a city-state raise a city in a long time. Now, we do have some archers taking pot shots onto the swordsman here. The other one is at a double promotion, though, so likely has Tortoise in order to defend against the range attacks. This swordman forced to fall back into the marshlands behind the city. However, this warrior taking a bit of a hit here has to try and secure these tiles in order to prevent the siege. Even if Jska captured, would have to raise anyway. Oh yeah, you're absolutely correct. Because they can only keep one. I'm actually very interested in speaking with Jska after the match to find out why the decision to go keep Kumasi was made instead. I'm very interested in that. I wonder if it's because of the science that the Tsingy adds to the tiles, and that was hoping to use the tiles-based science in order to help bridge the gap between him and Vladimir, because they are a lot closer now. If you've noticed, it's 51 science a turn for Jska to the 65 of Vladimir, which is going to help bridge that gap. Now, the culture is a totally different ballgame. I mean, our Incan player here, Vladimir, has done an outstanding job with culture. That said, did get Open Sky, has been allowed to Sim City. So, that said, Jska's had a relatively peaceful time as well, short of the decisions to go bash a couple city-states. So, and that's reflecting in Jska's science, as opposed to these more war-torn groups, for example, the 18 science of Taha. But remember, because of the unique barracks, all of these units being produced by Taha will also generate science. As you can see, the buildings there. The Basilikoi Pades. Oh god, I butchered that horribly. However, by the way, Jska is female, just so you know to say she and her. Hey, thanks, Duck. I appreciate that. There are a lot of new faces here in the community from when I last cast. So if you know that, and I'm saying it wrong, by all means, point it out. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And to Jska, I do apologize. I knew there was a female in the group, but I wasn't able to pinpoint who it was yet, because there are a lot of you that I don't know yet. Now, we are probably going to see some pretty exciting medieval or Renaissance era war between Vladimir and Jska, because their science is so high compared to the rest of the pack. Now, it doesn't look like that now, because everyone else is around here right before apprenticeship, whereas our income player is at it and working past. Our Brazilian player Dutch has fallen behind in the classical era, so to speak. However, this is not completely telling, because as you're going through these tech trees and you see these markers, that just means players have researched the tech on that equivalent tier. So don't be fully misled into thinking they have all of them up to that point, because that is not correct. Now Victor comes in next turn. That should hopefully settle the rebellion issue for Czozp. Not a lot of tile improvements yet, however, has been settling rather freely without any issues. So Czozp is going to have a nice pocketed area here, so to speak, and is going to enjoy some really nice mountain adjacencies up here. And unfortunately, Taha is going to realize the only choice out is to settle south, or is going to have to win this war. Macedon Sword gets bonus for sieging. Yep. Absolutely. You are absolutely correct. That being the case, we do have some units moving around here looking to support one another. Now we do have crossbows online for Malm. And this is a game changer in this war because there are several archers here. And as more and more of them get upgraded into crossbowmen, it's going to continue to put down these Hateroi and even these Hypospits. However, the Hypospits, they can get enough support bonuses because of the double bonus in order to resist these crossbowmen entirely, especially with the Tortoise upgrade for the bonus combat strength when defending from ranged. Now we do have some big hits going out here. I don't agree with this. The last hit should have come from the Hateroi, and the reason I say that is units a Hateroi kill generate great general points. And speaking of that, we do have more reinforcements coming to wrap up below. Malm is moving archers around in order to better cover this flank that's coming out, this flanking attempt. We do have a crossbow coming out in the 4 turns. So I do believe this will stalemate because I don't think Taha has enough units for this. Not out of 3 cities. That being the case, more settlers still scooting around for Czozp, doing an excellent job making the most of the area that he has. Not a lot of improvements yet on the tiles. However, is doing an excellent job making the most out of just getting cities nabbed up as best as able. Now, we do have a crossbow out for Vladimir, and that was likely to secure an envoy. That being the case, we haven't checked suzerains in a bit. Jska still owns Hattusa without any issue of contention, I do believe. No one's even trying. She has 6 envoys in there now, with, of course, the governor. That being the case, Czozp still has Fez. No one's contesting that one either. So, other than that, Vladimir has taken control of Non-Madol. Now, the reason why Non-Madol is excellent is because your districts, non or next to coasts or lakes, provide +2 culture. Now, how much culture does that generate, do you think? Well, if it's +2 per, that includes the city center if you settle on the coast. So these coastal settles are going to generate culture as well for the score, bumping her up to 26. True, but having the swordsman close city at the end of the turn more tactical for the war. That's fair. That's more than a reasonable argument. But pushing into the crossbowman with the already wounded swordsman, would you not want to pull it back to have it more further back as to not have it shot by the crossbow and potentially killed to lose the unit, as opposed to using it to provide flanking and support bonuses for the Hateroi while it fortifies and recovers? Now, of course, that comes down to, we could theory craft that all day. However, it's really interesting to see because all of these different decisions, these arguments, and these discussions we're having about this watching, these players are having to do this, planning multiple turns ahead on a turn timer. They have to do all these things within a time limit. And oh my goodness, all right, so that crossbowman gets killed Alright, so for all of you players out there, if you do not know this, if you have a ranged unit selected, don't right-click to try and do it. If you hover over the tile you're wanting to attack and you press the A key, it will do the ranged attack on that tile. Because what you just saw there was the Hatteroi first moved out, the crossbow was right-click spammed onto the tile because it became empty, and then the crossbowman died as a result. Use the A key, guys, for your ranged units. This is why. Now, that being the case, with the loss of that crossbow, 2 turns, another one's coming out. Does Malm does not have the gold in order to purchase an upgrade. Does put the sword next to the general in the city. That'll buffer city strength. That'll help a lot. Is going to have... I don't think there's going to be any issue. Oh, very nice. Uses the sword to hit the Hatteroi wall shot to kill it off. Well done. Now, Malm has done an excellent job controlling the tiles around this city despite this oppressive siege. And I honestly didn't think Taha had enough units. But because that crossbowman has died, that's a lot different because that's a huge ranged power shot per turn. It's a lot of damage every turn that's been lost. And because of that, a lot of these units are going to live or recover when they wouldn't be able to otherwise. Because the combat strength between an archer and a crossbowman is just that much. After we see how the first moves play out, we are going to go back out west. Wow, unit and excellent production out of Taha's cities to be cranking units out this quick. Excellent job. And remember, these are generating science for every unit that he makes. Now, without a ram, this is going to become a whole new ball game. But I think Taha is more focused on securing the tiles and killing off the units, as opposed to hitting the city itself. Now that we've seen that, we are going to head back out west. Now, this war has changed completely now. Now, this general is still only helping these swordsmen. However, there's only 2 of them. 3 of them if you include this one that's nearly dead. It has 3 promotions on it, which is fantastic. But the crossbowman coming up for Arya here to add to the oppressiveness of what's going on. Audience chamber complete in 2 turns. That will help Arya recover post-war. But will Arya be able to push through and crush this with what they have? And the answer to that, I believe, is no, because of how we've seen things go over in the East. Now, it'll depend on choices by the players and how they choose to use their units, of course. But just looking around at this, now, Arya has an excellent concave forming here. But these archers are getting shots off against these units. So unless these archers can be put down, Arya's going to have a very hard time pushing into this. That being the case, we are going to head back out east. Hattusa is still relaxed here. Now, we did have the city come down for Jska. Crossbowmen fortified within. This city is never going to go down, at least not from the west. My concern, however, is still Vladimir. Now, Jska's completely closed the gap in science, 73 to 74. And needs to maintain now. Needs to keep up with Vladimir now. And if Jska's transitioning now completely into simming, we'll be able to maintain. However, the big concern, though, is now going to be the culture gap. Now, that being the case, Czozp is sitting at 38 a turn compared to Vladimir's 65. That is still a huge difference. We have Oracle coming underway. Government plazas being kept there between these 3 cities. More these 2 than the 3rd, but could get a district plopped out here. It is the 3rd tile out from Laman. Now, Victor is keeping this city under Czozp's control for now. Avignon going down here to the west on the coast. CZOP's done an excellent job making the most of the tiles here. They're all getting improved now. We have commercial hubs coming online. We have a theater square coming online as well in order to keep generating that culture, keep moving forward, pushing forward. The war is still carrying on in the east, and just as you know, I predicted this one accurately, it looks like, as far as claiming the units, trying to clean up the tiles instead of worrying about the city center. Now, these support bonuses for these hospits, when there's a great general involved, are ludicrous. Do have the crossbow moving out from Malm's capital, another one in 4 turns. Now this crossbow can make a big difference, but the concern is going to be by the time it gets there, will it be too late? And that is what I'm concerned about. But these city strengths are excellent, 40 and 41 respectively. I think the city getting siege is going to be inevitable. Oh, first moves a sword into the city. Denies the kill on the Hatteroid there. They are both going to try and put this crossbow in jeopardy, but oof, wall shot is at crossbow strength now. Did tons of damage to this unit, to this Hatteroid. More hospits coming forward. Has completely forgone using the Hatteroid now and has switched entirely over to the swordsman. General falls back in order to give the bonus movement to get things to move forward easier. And moving on down south here to take a quick look at CZOP's land once again. We do have dockyards coming online. Harbors, I apologize. Settlers still moving further south. More settles coming out for this player. That being the case, it's... oof. Still only... Nope, Arya did drop the 4th city here. Is going to need... because right now, Dutch is defending with 5 cities. As opposed to the 3 and now 4th city, which isn't even fully online yet because it's just been established, of Arya. And because of that difference in production power... I mean, look at Brazil Science. It's jumped to 53 a turn because of all these adjacencies that they get from these rainforests. But if Arya's not careful, Arya's going to fall too far behind in technologies. However, in Brazil's economy, Dutch's economy is going to come online. And once it does, is going to be a lot harder to stop. Simply because the Dutch will be generating... Alright, I'm sorry, I'm not voting, but... But at the end of the day, the big difference here between these two is going to be, can Dutch hold on long enough for that science difference to generate a unit advantage? Now, taking a look at our players once again, now we do see Vladimir has jumped ahead in science. That said, Jska is doing a good job keeping up. She's at 76, Vladimir's at 88. That is a smaller difference now that we're into the medieval era, and that difference being what it is, that difference at 12 is going to be less and less impactful as the techs progress because they get more expensive. The bigger difference, however, that's going to come out is going to be great people. Now, we haven't looked at great people in a while, but the big thing to look at here is that Vladimir is generating 9.2 scientist points a turn, as opposed to Jska. Jska's generating 1. That's a big thing to keep in mind. Is because these scientists, for those who don't know, these great scientists are huge. Because, look, Vladimir has gotten all of them so far. Hypatia, Yul, Sid, Aryabada, and these Eurekas that are coming from these, for these technologies, are they random? Yes. Are they ones that may not be picked up? Maybe. They're random, we don't know. But the point is that's 40% of something that Vladimir doesn't need to take the time to research, doesn't need to take the time to look into. Now, Jska did pick up a religion, and I was waiting to take a look to see what those bonuses were going to be, because we did see the Prophet pick up while we were panning over to watch the war. The reason this is so important is because, let us see, hepatitis C. What a pun. And it's a crab. +1 amenity in cities with specialty district. Alright, so this is huge. Why? Because amenities impact your citizen happiness. Just like you that watch TV. Happy cows make happy milk. Happy people, they don't rebel. There's not a penalty for anything in your city because they're happier. Defender of the faith, +5 combat strength when, defend in a friendly city that follows the religion. That's going to be huge for when if a war kicks off between Jska and Vladimir. Not to mention, because we haven't looked at a religious lens in a while, but take a look at this. This city is under Islam, which is Dutch's religion. Dutch has crusade. That's a big deal because of the +7 combat strength. Now, Dutch isn't in a position to go to war with another player right now, obviously. But that might change. We don't know how this war is going to turn out. In 4 cities, Tilburg will be converted. 12 for Eindhoven, and that'll change as other things happen. Akkad's going to get converted in 2. These are all going to change pressures on the religious map. And these bonuses will come into play, will become impactful as the game progresses. And we do have a whole lot of city-state war decks, which means we did have some suzerains kick off. ATK has picked up Akkad. Now, Akkad's bonus, for those who don't know, melee and anti-cab units do full damage to a city's walls. Why is this important? Because walls smack units around like crazy, unless you completely overpower them by a ridiculous amount. With Akkad suzerain, walls are almost irrelevant. Oh, but what about, battering rams? Well, we'll show you the battering ram for those who don't know exactly what it does. It makes you do full damage to the city's walls with melee and anti-cavalry units. So in other words, Akkad gives you a permanent battering ram without ever needing to make one, without worrying about it getting sniped. You simply always have one. And what's worse is that it's even better than a battering ram, because battering rams don't work on medieval and Renaissance walls or urban defenses. Akkad does. Akkad's bonus affects every type of wall in the game, which makes it invaluable in the mid to late game. Now, that being the case here, we do have some things happening in the background. We have a lot. Now, we have the 3 crossbowmen coming out for Jska. Now, a lot of times, players will upgrade some units to get envoys for envoy quests, for Eurekas, and things like that in the tech tree, because, for those who are unaware, now you only need 2 crossbowmen for the bonus for Metalcaster. However, being able to take 40% of a culture, or for a civic, or a technology that you're going to be researching down the road, 40% becomes a lot. Especially when the technology costs 400 points, 800 points, 1,000 points. As you get into these much late game civics, 40% is a lot. So to be able to get those bonuses when you have the opportunity, you got to take advantage of it. It's going to speed up your game. It's going to make you hit those key technologies you need faster for a timing attack, or to get more of your economy online faster than your neighbors. It makes a really big difference. That said, it honestly looks like this defense is going to be locked in. Units traded back and forth. Catapults sitting on 2 promotions each here, doing quite a bit of damage. It's actually impressive. Oh, switches out before the horse can get the hit in. That warrior gets the beating of a lifetime, however. Oh, crossbowman steps across the river and takes hits from a couple of archers there. That is going to be hurting, especially if these units are able to first move against the crossbowman to shoot it again. That being the case here, how is this 4th city coming along? Very slow. Does have a builder out at least. Has thrown down a campus. That said, science is coming more online for our Dutch player of Arya, who is now up to 40 science a turn, has realized that, hey, Dutch has got a lot of cities generating more science and culture than me. I have to do something about it. And this is the right response here. I completely agree with his decision to be getting that science score up. Now, even Taha has been managing to increase his science as well, which is really important right now because even though Taha is bridging a lot of gaps here by, there's the battering ram, by making units and generating science that way, it's not going to be enough. Especially with Malm. Malm is sitting at 33 science a turn. So, because of this, Taha is able to keep up. However, once all these extra cities from Malm come online, that's going to be changing entirely. Because these cities are only generating science and culture off of their populations and not off of districts yet. Now, as you can see, more crossbowmen are coming out from these back cities. And they're joining this great general, which is giving them extra movement, extra combat strength, because it affects classical and medieval era units. But now with a 48 strength city here, I feel this ram is too late. Does have the catapult though. However, if Taha wants to commit, going to need a lot more units out here. Now, Czozp did get Petra in La Rochelle, which is going to make this city fantastic because look at this. These flat tiles that were previously useless. 2 food, 1 production, 2 gold. La Rochelle is going to be massive, especially buying out these 3rd tier tiles here. That said, we do have the Hanging Gardens underway in the capital. Will be done in 3 turns. Opting not to do any chops to secure that. Just doesn't think anyone's going to get it. Preslav has declared war on Taha, who got it. Malm did. +2 loyalty per turn in cities for each encampment district building. So that's more... I personally feel that bonus is more situational than helpful. However, having these combat units here to potentially threaten from the northeast will end up dividing the attention of Taha here, which may force from this flank, even though it's an AI, they're still swordsmen. They're still potentially damaging, pillaging units. So these could create a lot of pressure. We'll have to see how the AI chooses to act on this, because sometimes the AI does amazing things to help out, sometimes it's worthless. We do have crossbow shot going out here as well as sword hit from the city center. Now, this is important to note. Macedon secured El Cid, made a Hypothesis core with a general attached. If Malm can snipe this unit with the crossbowman and the wall, maybe even the sword as well, I don't know. But if this unit gets sniped, it's going to be a huge loss for Taha. Now, Malm doesn't have the units to aggressively push per se. Woof, lots of catapults coming out. Wow, you're going to need some units with those. Now, catapults are not like battering rams, so they're support units to get destroyed by being stepped on. However, as you can see, the catapults can do a lot of damage. Yep, Taha recognizes the importance of keeping this unit alive. Crossbowman does take out that catapult, however. I mean, meanwhile, in the southwest here, Czozp's just building up, is sitting back, improving tiles. Lots of builders are out. Down here in Dijon, Cardiff even, back in the capital, improving tiles, tons over here in Amboise and La Rochelle. And even over here at Evandon, doing an excellent job getting a lot of builders out to improve these tiles. And it's going to start reflecting in the food for population production and the raw production to make building units. We do have a disconnect. I'm going to try and get him back in as soon as possible. I'm going to jump into the channel here. You okay, Vladimir?
CC?
What zip was he playing?
Oh, can't say that.
You can't even say that. Guys, everyone should have been disconnected. I should get first place, to be honest. Because everyone talked about the game. Fuck.
So did you.
I did not.
I mean, you're talking about placement, that's kind of like talking about the game.
Yeah.
Nah, don't try to turn it around, guys.
Yeah.
Just CC to me first place. Thank you.
Let's see if we can get you to hot join back in.
You can't CC.
It's an Arya.
Wait, I'm pausing. I will grab a drink real quick.
Yeah.
This Ironman, like this in the loop. This is so stupid. Yeah. You cannot even post more.
Thank you so much for the follow, Omer. I appreciate it.
Somebody kill me.
Where did Vladimir go? Did the internet kick out or?
Obviously got tired of this shit.
I'm back.
Welcome back. We're just waiting to see. I need to get Vladimir back in Discord. I'm wondering if the internet went out.
I think you did, because normally you don't instantly disconnect from Discord. It takes a while. You lose it.
Yep, that's what happened. Because I came in and asked because I saw Vladimir in chat and no response, and then poofed. So if you guys need to get up, stretch your legs, now is the time.
Oh, he's back already.
Sorry, there's problem with my
Oh, no problem. We're just waiting for you to hot join back on in. No, I stream other games as well. I've been taking a break due to some real life complications. And, thank you so much for the support, guys. But no, I stream Diablo 3 because I participate with Level with a Cause that Wolf Crier runs at Diablo 3 Season Resets for charity. I do a lot of other charity streams. I streamed the Crash of Derby Alpha for Alibi Gaming and Binks. I've streamed World of Warcraft. I stream Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Path of Exile sometimes. I'm just taking a long break from streaming. Again, it was due to some real life complications that were going on, and I'm slowly coming back into it. I'd love to stream more Civ. It's just difficult with my schedule the way it is right now, because Civ games can take a really long time, and I'm also a father, and I put my children first, which of course, you know, any parent would. All right, let us know when you're back. We'll all throw some pluses into chat to see who's here. Make sure.
Okay.
All right, everybody, put a plus into chat. Show me you're here.
No.
No.
Jessica. No. Jessica, did you hate it when you get a bottle of water in the freezer? It's fucking hot.
Oh.
And now I don't have anything cold to drink. Rip.
Gonna wait. Yeah, but think how nice it'll be when it starts melting and you've got really cold water.
Yeah, that's true. On and out
I'm
though.
so sweaty right now. Just gotta lick it. Or, oh no, if the bottle splits, no, that's the worst. it forces the cork out and it explodes everywhere.
I did a couple of times with coke.
So sad.
Alright. We're waiting on...
Oh my god, I'm so sweaty. Like, I'm actually melting in my flat, guys. I'm 45
You're
degrees.
playing like you're sweaty as well.
Alright.
Hey, thank you so much for the cheer, Hustle. I really appreciate it. Oh, no, thank you. For me, this is about the community. Like, I love being a part of CPO. I wish I didn't have to take a break as long as I did.
Little hand
Thank you so much for the support. Alright, I need a plus from Vladimir. I need a plus from...
Okay, I'm here.
Do we unforce now?
We need plus from Taha, no?
Taha, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Alright, let's get this show on the road. Good luck, everybody. I'm hopping on out.
I need a break for a shower.
Oh. Alright, we got everybody back. Sorry for the brief delay. Alright, we are resumed back into it. We got Vladimir back in. Had a router malfunction. Now, taking a look back into the thick of it here, we are going to start by looking at the city-states as players resume where they left off. We are going to keep a close eye on this war as well as the war in the west here. We'll start with the camera panned here for now. Make sure, yep, turns ended. Now, so looking at suzerains here, Akkad's still controlled by ATK here, uncontested. Jska has a lock on Hattusa. No one's going to be breaking that without a really hard commitment. Malm really dedicated to Preslov here. I wonder... Vladimir put 3 in as well. I wonder if it was just to secure it to make sure. Now we are going to look and see how the war moves go on the Western Front first, before we move east. Now, Dutch did pick up Papa Noor for the Moai improvements, for that some bonus culture there. We'll have to see how that comes into play down the road. Could provide a massive culture spike. Neighbors doing fireworks. I'm like, what is that noise? That said, we do have an explosive science growth here from a lot of our players. Now, the 129 for Vladimir is almost expected at this point because of the science lead Vladimir's been able to maintain. Now, Jska's doing an excellent job, 98, just under 100 herself. The culture gap is closing. Because if you haven't noticed, Vladimir's culture has gone down over a couple of turns slightly. Some tiles that were being worked aren't now, and that's resulted in a loss of culture. But it just means that switching gears, switching priorities for those tiles, and maybe having to work more food to grow the population faster. Because remember, a population city of 2, it can only work 2 tiles, but racing it up to 3, you work that 3rd tile, and it could be worth it. It's all a part of that cost benefit that you got to look at. Is it worth investing in for less production now, for more food now, so that I have more production and a handful of turns? It's all about weighing the costs to the benefits and making those decisions and really planning it out. And that's what we're seeing here from these players, is really thinking about it. Is it worth going to war? Oh God, I need to move these units back, those forward. I need to switch these out. But I also need to remember to move my builders and use their charges. I have to do all this within a term timer limit. And that's part of what makes competitive Civ so interesting, is because there's so much you can do. And remember, the more cities you have, sure, the more science culture you're generating, more production for units, buildings, for your infrastructure, your economy. It can make a really big difference. But that's that much more you need to worry about keeping an eye on every single turn. So you can see where in the mid to late game, when people have tons of cities, and it's coming down to those final handful of players toward the end of the game, where, you know, you have 20, 30 cities, and you're like, oh God, I got so much to do, so much to cycle through, and I'm in the middle of a war. It's a lot. And being able to choose what your priorities are turn by turn ahead of time can really make a big difference between amazing players and great players. Yeah, absolutely, Hustle. Shorter the turn timer, the more difficult the game. And what's worse is that, sure, this is the dynamic turn timer mod, to where the turn timer is adjusting over time. However, even with that modifier, it's still a time limit. And just knowing there's a time limit, that pressure, it still sits in your mind. And that can sometimes weigh in and cause difficulties for players to focus or to really hone in on what they need to be paying more attention to, because in the back of their mind, like, oh God, how much time's left on the timer, and they keep flicking their eyes down back to the turn timer. And sometimes they overlook things because of it, whether it's a builder that didn't get to improve a tile, a unit that didn't attack or move when they needed to. And it's that part of that pressure, it's part of that competitive nature. And taking a look up here at Kumasi, that Jska stole scot-free, has improvements on these tiles and is working them for the culture and the science there, is really helping. Now that said, I'd like to point out that regardless of how I was worried that both Arya and Dutch were going to fall into irrelevancy early on, take a look at what they've done. They're at 47 and 55 science respectively. Their culture returns just under 30. It's not fantastic, but when you consider how long they've been at war, they haven't completely fallen off. Now, if they tried to attack into Jska or Vladimir, the tech difference would get them killed. But they don't need to right now. They don't need to worry about those things. Just like Czozp right now. Czozp just has units spread out, as you can see, horse on the hill, swordman up here on a hill. And they're just scouting. They're just out there keeping an eye on things. Like this Apost and this archer here, they're just kind of keeping an eye on each other. Now, a Warlock is out, and it's linked to the settler to escort it. And Vladimir is looking to get yet another settle down over here, which is, I almost want to say, surprising. Now, did get the scientist Hildegard, which I'm kind of surprised because there's no holy site to use Hildegard with. Another settler heading north, another one toward the northeast. And Vladimir is just not getting punished for basically being able to greed. Now, warranted, Vladimir's terrain is incredibly easy to defend from the south as well as the east for the most part. It also picks up Piero de Bardi. Now, this is difficult. Now, look at this. These crossbows with promotions and a general forced back the push from Taha, but the question is for how long? Macedon science is only 33 per turn, but while making all these units has been generating science. Does have a settler going west, and the settle that Taha wants is going to end up getting taken by Vladimir here, it looks like. Oh, Czozp moving the horse forward, wondering what can be seen. We'll not see the settler, though. It is on a hill. Malm using the general to scout out ahead to see what's going on, with all the units withdrawn. The threat of Preslov to the northeast, it was between that and the crossbowmen in such good defensive positions. It was just too hard to take the city at the time. However, once night tech is achieved and the economy to support it's there, we might see a resurgence. That said, I'm pretty confident Czozp's position here. 114 science return, 52 culture, has closed the gap, so to speak, almost entirely with Vladimir. And at this point is incredibly hard to attack as well. Has Fez right there next door. it's going to be difficult to deal with Czozp's France. So I'm very interested to see what the decision is going to be in order to cause an issue here. Now, here is something worth noting. 332 turns till rebellion. That's ridiculously long. It's not going to rebel. But the point is there's enough cultural pressure to have this be a thing. That being the case, Jska needs to see this and realize I need to increase my culture to prevent the cultural pressure. Dominant religion is also becoming a factor here as well. As we turn on the religious lens, more and more of these cities are converting to Islam, which in turn is creating more pressure for these other cities. Now, it's important to point out that Alton Towers is the holy city for this religion. It hasn't spread at all, but it's being pressured to a point where it's on the decline. That needs to change and be turned around, or otherwise there could be a risk, potentially, for a religious victory if they're not paying attention. Now, the odds of that happening, pretty slim. But if no one's paying attention to it, no one's looking at that lens, it could sneak up on them. Especially if the ability's taken with an apothecary, an apostate, in order to secure the passive spread bonus as well. Now, Czozp's horseman back here is going to be slightly unnerving for our Macedonian player here, Taha. And the reason being is that Taha knew at this point that Czozp was down here. Czozp is an excellent war player. Always has been. So, aggressive movements from this horseman could be interpreted as, oh god, there's an army coming. Or is it just a scout? And that comes down to how well do the players know the other players. Do they know their play styles? Are they familiar with it? Czozp hasn't been scouted by anybody except Malm now. Malm's the first person to scout Czozp's land. And because of this, Czozp's been left alone the entire time. Hanging Gardens just gets completed in the capital there. That's going to be a really nice bonus for him. Just more builders flickering around all over the place. Just getting those improvements, making the tiles worth working as opposed to them being plain left as is. Just racking up the bonuses from these wonders, working on that economy, focusing on catching up the culture and science to Vladimir. And because of this, even though there were no hefty bonuses as well, this campus is definitely, like, look at that, plus 14. Now, it does have the double adjacency card slotted, of course, at this point. And we do have a campus now being built at the capital. But it's one of those things where the gap's now being closed because they had the time, the free space, no pressure. If you're not pressuring another player, they're free to do whatever they want. And because of that, that's why Vladimir took off so early. Did it have amazing land for campuses? Absolutely. But because there was no pressure, he was allowed to make use of that bonus. And we do have knights coming out of Arya here. These knights could be a big difference. However, we have a campus coming down in Rio de Janeiro. We have universities are coming online in these other buildings for our Brazilian player. He's now at 65 science, 53 for Arya, 36 for Macedon, 101 for Jska, 142 for Vladimir, 37 for our Cree player Malm, and 117 for Czozp. Now, as you can see, 3 players have quite a hefty lead on the rest of the pack, followed by our 2 Western players here, who honestly are only sitting on a few cities each. Imagine now if behind this a couple settlers act out and started going north. for Arya. Or thank you so much for the follow, Animus. I really appreciate it. But imagine if a couple settlers started eking out north. How fast would that gap close? Now we do have archer shots coming onto these catapults here. But the catapults are going to be shooting back at the swordsman in order to knock it down. Doing some good damage. They're getting promotions. But it's not enough right now. And it's either going to be with the knight here that some damage will get done, or it's probably not going to happen. I'm surprised Akkad's swordsmen haven't gone after Recife or even Brasilia. I'm actually surprised to see that. Now, it's like we said earlier, the AI, sometimes it's phenomenal, sometimes that it's able to get good pillages in, some key unit kills, or sometimes it's completely worthless because it's the AI. It's really hit and miss. Now this horseman stepping up is, I feel, is a death wish for that horseman. I understand it was there to take the unit out that was in that tile, but that horse is forfeit. Unless there is some amazing first moving. And even then, I don't think it has the movement points to do so. That said, builders are coming out behind all this. This is super important that tile improvements are happening. Working, he has the library up, is going to start working towards that university. These buildings were purchased with faith. As you remember, the Jesuit education that Dutch took to purchase those units, to purchase the buildings in campus and theater district squares with faith. And that's exactly what's happened, and that is how the science has gone all the way up to 70 now. As long as Dutch is able to hold on, he will come out on top in terms of technologies and eventually push out a unit that is able to put down Arya's military. Hey Duck, how you doing? Absolutely. Of course you missed. That being the case here, we are going to be heading out east again. However, I'd like to point this out because we've kind of been ignoring Kumasi up here because it's been a science farm. However, it has kicked out a settler and Byblos has been made. So, Jska has some really cheeky stuff going on up here, and I love it. I honestly love it. I think it's great because this is all this is all hidden. No one knows. People like her neighbor, her Vladimir Czozp and them, though, that can view her city list in the trade menu, the diplomacy screen. You can see she's taken Kumasi, and she has a city named Byblos, but they have no idea where it is. Like, oh, it's behind this stuff here. But wait, this is coast. Where are these cities? And it's one of those things. We do have a musket online for Jska. It's one of those things where it's where are these cities at? Is there an island somewhere? Is there? And they have to ask these questions, and this goes right back to making a couple naval units, maybe one or two, to go scouting in each direction around the continent, around the Pangea. And they would be able to find these things over time. Of course, right now the polar ice caps haven't melted enough yet, but it'll get there eventually. That said, we are going to head back out to the east. Now, we do have some huge war movements, these super aggressive movements coming out of Taha. Taha has realized that he needs to make a play. He needs space. He's being boxed in by Vladimir and Czozp now, and something needs to change. A decision has to be made. Because you can play tall, absolutely. I've seen free-for-alls completely CC'd to a player who built tall on 5 cities. Completely won the game. It was Harambe that did it. And completely strong-arm players out in science and culture, even though they had 15-plus cities. And it's all about making the use of what you have and knowing how to capitalize on those choices. Now, right now, Taha has sat back and thought and planned and said, you know what? I have to make a decision here. And exactly, the Kree general is trapped right now. And denying, not stepping on it and denying to let it back is massive, because you're denying a movement bonus, you're denying the combat strength bonus to the crossbowman and the sword, and that's going to be a potential game changer here. Now, I am a bit concerned because these crossbowmen are set up in such a great manner that as these units try to get close to the city center here, to these tiles, they're going to get pummeled into the dirt. And I'm kind of curious to see how Taha is going to approach trying to seize these tiles, because getting to these crossbowmen is going to be very difficult. Absolutely. And great calls, guys, by pointing out that general trap there. It's a great play. It really is. Taha did an excellent job, denies the general bonus to his target, has a ram rather exposed, but I think this is honestly bait to get the swordman to step out in order for it to die. Because he could kill the swordsman if it stepped up. That said, we have more crossbowmen being produced. They are moving forward. Builders are moving forward to improve tiles. The big question is going to be, who has access to gunpowder technology and who doesn't? Now, according to this, quote, chart, this technology tree, Malm, ATK, and Czozp are at this level to where they have printing, gunpowder, banking, mass production, or cartography. Good chance not cartography. Czozp might, because of the fishing boat improvements that he is capitalizing on. However, because the niter isn't improved, there's no niter generation right now from Malm. Malm's been back settling and building up, which is great. Malm has a good economy for this. However, there's now an army knocking on the front door. Critical mass of archers, yeah, maybe. I mean, this is a lot of crossbowmen here. This is an archer that can be upgraded at the drop of a dime. Well, not right now because of the 20 gold, but more military units coming out. Yep, Taha is committing here. It does have the Hypospis core as well. The general's in the center here to get the bonus out to all these units. Has another general in the background, and that is Timur. For those who are not familiar, Timur gives Medieval Renaissance the bonus. It gives a promotion level and 25% combat experience. The next general is going to be Ethelfrid. Galileo is the next scientist. Now, we got to be careful here, because one of these scientists coming up is going to be pretty important. I think we all know who I'm meaning. Pulls the ram back. Bait's not being taken. What I would like to see is I'd like to see these heteroi moved down here and along here, because from his unit movement and scouting earlier, he knows there's nothing here. Now, the general got kicked back. For those that didn't see it, Hypospis moved forward and kicked the general home. I don't know why he would do this instead of just try and move his unit formations up slowly to keep the general. Whoop. Hold on. Sorry, mute that. Certified letter I had to sign for. Oh yeah, I'm doggo. Yeah. All right, right back into the thick of it. And as I was saying before, I'd love to see the Hatteroy units, the cab units, come down here, because he knows there's nothing there. And with that, could come around and do a pillage run with 3 or 4 of them, not even 2, and could get a lot of damage done to the economy behind this. However, does move the cavalry units in sight of the crossbow, and because of that, Malm will be aware of this unit movement. That said, these Apospites do need to move forward to take up these positions. He does choose to send 4, a catapult, a ram, and an archer up to Preslov in order to deal with that. Is creating multiple fronts now. Now, Taha has the military to do this in order to go in these directions to make multiple fronts. Right now, Malm doesn't. Malm has a defensive line of crossbows, and that's really it. No, there's nothing wrong with that. It's a phenomenal defense because of how many. And they're well coordinated and set up. They're in good positions. But Malm's not going to be able to help Preslov. Oh, excuse me. Ah, these allergies. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Alice. I hope you are enjoying this match as much as I am. Phenomenal players here. Now, we have been neglecting some of our other players a bit watching these wars. Taking another quick look around. Look at these developments coming out. That 10 campus now is double adjacency card, of course, because everyone at this point is going to be having that card out if they're able to. You know, these are some beautiful campuses, library coming online. This is just raw SimCitying coming out from Czozp in order to get ahead. And I really do mean ahead, because look at this. Czozp has taken over the science lead at 161 science a turn. Now, culture is still a little bit behind our Incan player Vladimir, 66 to 88 respectively. That said, the top 3 science players are so close that the difference is almost negligible. And yes, Brazil did lose the city. I do apologize for not being on top of that immediately, but great call, Twiglant. Because Akkad has suddenly surged forward as well to go after both this city down here, because Brazil had the city, I can't remember the name of it now, but this city got razed, and now Akkad is surging forward into Brazil. Rio de Janeiro has been taken, so Dutch is being pushed back. That said, there is a lot of cultural pressure now on the Brazilian player losing the capital from Jska. So who knows? Jska may pick up a city here. First time good. Thanks. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know I've worked with cultures all over the world from my military experience, but I am nowhere near as, I want to say, savant as I'd like to think I am. That said, we do have a frigate fleet here accompanied by an admiral, right, Themistocles. This frigate will make trying to attack into this musket a living nightmare. It's going to be a living hell for anyone who tries this. Now, the question is, does Jska smell blood in the water? If Jska knows that Brazil is losing this war, might jump on it. Come out of here. Man, Taha, you're a little over-aggressive. Crossbows have moved forward a little bit here, seeing the army surge forward. But like I said, Taha has so many troops that he can afford to make this front. And just look at that. These three Hatteroy are going to go surging in for a raid. If a spectator in a game was given full intelligence and all civs, would that affect anything gameplay? If not, be a great addition to the mods. So there have been numerous updates, improvements to the spectator mod, Duck. Now you can just see the apps. Exactly. Before we didn't have the banners without a mod. We couldn't see what was being produced in the capital without the mod. Things that are slowly being integrated by Firaxis used to be parts of the mod. So it's nice to see that these improvements are being made. Yep, Inca 1200 gold. And I think it's because our Incan player is saving for war. Now I want to point out the Coliseum is about to come online here. And remember, it's 6 tiles out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Will not reach Kasha. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, will not. We'll reach Sasa here, of course. Nope. So it's going to be a 4-city, probably 5 in the future, 5-city Coliseum. So that's definitely not going to be bad at all. We do have the war deck from Jska onto Dutch, though. And this musket's coming forward looking for blood. That being the case here, Dutch is going to be pinned between Akkad, Arya, and now Jska, and this is going to be, it's going to be rough. That being said, Jska is improving these cities up here between Kumasi and Byblos, and the only person who knows that she took Kumasi, like where Kumasi is Dutch. Dutch is the only player on the western side that scouted Kumasi. So other players that can look through this diplomacy list will be like, oh, it took Kumasi, okay, whatever. But they don't know where it is. So these 2 pocket cities are going to be able to build super tall for now. And with this frigate support along the coastline, they're going to be really difficult to deal with. Now we do have threat of rebellion in 15 turns. Crossbows and muskets are moving forward. This is a really dangerous time for Dutch. Oh my god. 124 damage frigate shot. Oh my god. Huge hit. That's like terrible damage and meme worthy. That said, Brasilia is under siege right now. Are going to be keeping an eye on this front. We do not want to deny showing off the valiant defense here. You can be surprised by how long hanging on can do. You can really slow someone down. Alright, lots of first movements coming out here. City of Manaus does go down, however, to Jska. And now Arya is going to realize Jska's coming west. And at some... Oh... Hattusa's military gets bought out. Levy does go out onto Hattusa's military. Did Akkad kill 2 cities? Yes, Akkad has killed 2 cities. Thanks what I was saying. It was already in the game that you have a certain level of intelligence. Oh yeah, diplomatic visibility. Oh, yeah, Arya controls Akkad. Akkad warmonger. I'll tell you what, Hattusa and Akkad have gotten a lot done this game. Hattusa leveled another city-state, Zanzibar. Akkad has taken out a city, sieging another. Going to take out another city. I'd like to see some settlers come out of Arya, if not some way to defend against these threatening troops from Jska. Because if Jska chooses to surge forward with this gained military, because there's muskets and crossbows back here as well, but Jska has to be careful because she doesn't know what Vladimir has other than the base military score, right, which is the 211. However, if Jska had vision of Vladimir's cities, I think it'd be a very different game. We'll turn our attention to the Eastern War after this turn. Do not want to deny Dutch his defense. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate all the support, guys. I really do. It means a lot to me. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to come watch. And thank you for supporting these players as they represent their clans and communities in this CCC Ironman event. This is the Clan Championship Cup Ironman event for those of you who are just joining us. I don't think he's going to get the city. I'm just going to take it. Rebellion in 4 turns. The city will fall next turn, more than likely. I mean, Jska came in as a really good opportunist here. Has realized, hey, I smell blood in the water. There's cities for the taking. And she came in and scooped. I'm rooting for Akkad. I think Akkad's going to level Brasilia. Like, I don't think Arya's going to get it. That said, take a look in the east now. Preslav is on the defensive now as units are being picked off. Crossbowmen are moving up in order to try and help defend it. However, these crossbowmen that are over here won't be defending this front line. Now, Taha has fortified this front line, now has crossbows of his own. This is important to note because Taha's managed to sim up his science up to 52 from that 36, and that's going to make a big difference. Now, that being the case, our Cree player Malm's science has gone up to 56 as well. So Malm is doing a good job of keeping ahead in terms of science, even if it's a small amount, as well as culture by a decent amount, and that's because of the better population, more cities. Now, however, with these heteroi here, crossbowmen are having to move back to deal with it. Walls will be done in a turn in the capital. However, these units should not be for trying to take a city. They should be trying to pillage and kill as many builders off as they can. But that's my opinion. That being the case here, taking a quick look around, we do have a volcano erupting and nearly killing a warlock. But other than that, it's SimCity Central for Vladimir still. You have a horse coming out for Jska. I wonder if there will be a cavalry timing at some point, but that 1,500 gold Ink is sitting on. There are no units out yet, but the minute all those units start cranking out of those cities, it's going to be a dangerous time for somebody with that gold in order to mass promote. That said, top of the turn, this is turn 75 that we're looking at. Let's see what happens. Akkad levels Brasilia. Crossbow shot coming on to Salvador de Bahia. GG Dutchgamerspot. Well played, well done. And thank you for coming out and representing your clan and community today. Vladimir did get the Coliseum. That was expected, though. It was one turn off. We are just going to take this real quick to get rid of the notification. That said, the question is what is going to come of all of these units that were levied? Oh, Bombard Tech online. we might see Arya try to push Jska. That's some dangerous stuff right there. Scouting it out, seeing if it's worth it. Did France make golden? Hey, Task, how's it going? No. France is at a normal age. Hey, sorry, good to see you. Thanks, guys. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's good to be back, Task. I was saying earlier, I miss being a part of the community. I really wish I had more time and I didn't have to take such a long break away, but... That said, you know, look at all these tile improvements Czop's been able to do. Oh, World Congress. No, thank you. That said, I will go ahead and show off what's being voted for. 100% more grievances. Chosen player 50% less grievances. Faster population growth, -5 loyalty per turn in the player's cities, +5 loyalty, minus population growth, and then diplomatic victory points. Getting a little out of hand with the aggressive typing. Now, I would like to point out for those watching that this is run and hosted by the Civ Players Leagues, which means it follows their rules. If you're saying something that offends a player, they ask you to stop, you keep going, that's harassment. You're punishable by their rules. Yes, it's a game. Yes, it's a war game. You're trying to kill each other. But at the end of the day, behind each of these computer screens is a person. And you should always bear that in mind. Results. Elected target was Taha. 100% more grievances. Loyalty per turn, but minus population growth, Jska. And chosen player, Vladimir, for diplomatic victory points. Interesting. War declaration from Arya onto Jska. Wow, I did not expect that to happen. Here we go. We did have a shot from the bombard onto the city, but that frigate fleet said hello to that knight, and the knight did not appreciate that. Check if Jska voted to keep herself. All right. Yes. Dropped 3 points on it. Good call, Hustle. Good call. That said, I mean, we do have these levied units moving forward as well. See, yeah, Czozp denounced me at the start of the game. It was such a meme. Still no settlers coming out here. I mean, if Arya just settled now, just went north and settled all this out, Arya would be in a really strong position. This is not a very safe fight to be taken. Pyramids coming up. Pyramids are online for Czozp as well. It's just more and more wonder grabbing by Czozp here, and it's Usually in free-for-alls, it's a joke that, you only grab wonders for the points. But you guys need to remember that wonders have functions and bonuses of their own. And it's important to keep that in mind because of how valuable some of those bonuses can be. Yeah, Rebellion in 40 turns from Thorpe. Thorpe is going to need a governor in it. That or a loyalty card's going to have to get slotted. You're going to have to see what the start of the turn's going to be here for movements. 62 city strength on Manaus is nothing to scoff at. Knights, muskets, and bombards. I mean, these levied swordsmen aren't going to get much done. Oh, the double promoted knight goes down to the fleet. That said, units are closing around Manaus, but pretty good hits coming from the bombards here. Now, these bombards, 2 of these have 4 promotions and 1 has 2. It's important to know that. Right, the first turning. Oh, promoting the levied units. This could be a problem for Arya. That said, can't see what's going on in the capital just yet. A lot more muskets coming out here. 22 turns rebellion. Something's got to change to fix this. Right now, Czozp is running away with science. And he's just been expanding, and now he's starting to build tall. And it's starting to show because everything's kicking in. Who is a COD suzerain? That is Arya. ATK, our Dutch player. Now I'll pull up the city straight screen for you guys. Now, Fez was taken by Taha. I'd like to point that out because Fez did belong to Czozp. Now, Fez's bonus is using religious units to convert a city for the first time. You get 20 science per population of the city. That can be pretty awesome if you're making that kind of play. But they're not. Neither Czozp or Taha were. That was the suzerain simply to hold it for trade routing. But other than that, we just have this war now going on in the east as well still. And these units are starting to thin out a bit. However, Preslav is getting hit hard, but these crossbows have gotten a lot of kills over here. And we haven't really covered it because we were paying attention to the war in the west at the time. Excuse me. But these kills are starting to rack up. They're starting to become a problem. Because now, these 3 units can't take this city. Especially with the crossbows continuing to shoot at them. On top of that, this crossbow could even shoot this hypost here, which could cause a lot of problems. End of turn movements by the AI here. And look at this. This hypost might die if it can't promote. Someone could have levied and raised Anhem and maybe even pillaged Amsterdam, but Arya... Yeah, Arya has Akkad secured. No one has bothered to compete for it. No race for movements just yet, just a fortifying. Generals are moving forward again. That said, just more some city out of Czozp, just sitting back. Intelligence agencies coming online. We're going to have some French spies. Probably starting to wreak havoc. Manaus does fall, however. Oh! That frigate fleet hit. Oh my god. That frigate fleet is terrifying. However, we do have field cannons online now as well. Taking a look at the tech tree really quick now that unit movements have stopped. We do have Vladimir still in the lead because he held the lead for a while. And he is looking at this side of the tree here between rifling, economics, sanitation, and steam power. Whereas our 3 contenders, Jska, ATK, and Czozp, are looking at industrialization, scientific theory, ballistics, military science. Now, it's quite obvious that Jska has, field cannons, obviously, which one she took. Bombards will destroy the frigate from 3 tiles. Only if... The only one that's going to be able to do that are these two here with the promotions. Because they have 4 promotions on them for the move and shoot. Bombards themselves cannot move and shoot in the same turn without that promotion. So if that bombard moves forward to shoot that frigate's going to one-shot it. Well, it won't one-shot it. Doesn't have enough of a difference in combat strength. But it's going to wreck its day. But, good call. Siege units like bombards are amazing against ships. Because there was that nerf to ranged units against ships, but they buffed siege units against ships, which honestly made a lot of sense. It also gave more value to siege units to be used. The rest of his days will be ruined too. Well, we'll see what happens. If he can't kill this sword immediately, the frigate's going to one-shot the city again. And then the sword will take it and the knight will die from the city being taken. That said, Akkad's stepping up. Not scared at all. Alright, let's see what happens. Takes the city of Manaus. Will it raise? Moves the knight out to save the knight, however. Oh, retakes it. I'm surprised it wasn't immediately raised. What a game. This is a great game, honestly. This is a really good free for all. It's a good Iron Man. I really thought Vladimir was going to completely run away with the game, but Czozp and Jska doing an amazing job keeping up. That said, Jska is starting to fall behind a little bit in science because she's going to war still. That war weariness is probably going to start kicking in soon if it hasn't already. That said, however, the big concern is still Thorpe Park. 19 turns till rebellion. We need to see a policy card switch or a governor put there or something. I mean, I'd like to see Victor assigned there if for no other reason than to keep the city from rebellion. Unless there's another governor available that she's unlocked. Back to 1 pot from all the... Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point to point out as well, Hustle. In Kabah tonight, yep. This night purchase, though, it was probably for a... Yep, Vladimir suzerain's non-medal now as well. Which means any districts, including your city district, from planting your city by the coast, he's going to get extra 2 culture from. However, that does include lakes, but there are no lakes or coasts for him, so that's not a priority one. However, it is one that he shares a border with, so it's important to keep an eye on. That said, we do have this settler moving forward here, starting to box in Jska a little bit. Now, Arya has really good positioning here in order to hold Manaus, but the positioning from Jska here, she can indefinitely make it worthless without any fear of reprisal. This volcano going off does do a bit of damage here. However, this is now a 2-4 hill, a 3-5 hill. Oof, that's beautiful. Didn't update on the graphic till the following turn. Jska's cities are really good. I'm personally a big fan of Legoland. Bombards are getting the shots on units now. This is getting a bit dangerous. Now that is a levied sword that got that upgraded to a musket. So, oh, great profit coming out of Arya. Now we're going to see another religion. That being the case, I do want to look up here up north to these hidden cities that Arya does not know about. If Jska was able to make horsemen out of these cities and then upgraded them to cavalry and just ran straight down, it would be devastating. And there would be nothing Arya can do about it. Because they would literally come in through the back and just destroy everything. They'd pillage every tile. That said, let's take a look at the war in the east here. Had a lot of back and forth over here. And Malm is holding on. Has driven off and killed these Heteroi that were in the east plaguing him. But their units have regrouped, moved forward, taken shots on the city. However, these crossbows here have done their job. The 3 at Preslav are now coming back home. Yep. I'd love to see Jska make that play. That would be fantastic. The big concern right now, though, is Czozp. Now, Vladimir's culture is superb. It's excellent. It's not, Greece levels of ridiculous, but Vladimir's done an amazing job with culture this game. Culture is something that a lot of players tend to neglect compared to science because military units are gated behind technologies, so players always value technology for war. Whereas there is a lot of amazing policy cards that you can unlock really early on with high culture. And Vladimir is capitalizing on that. More crossbows coming out. The Heteroi is retreating to the south. Honestly, just keeping a crossbow or 2 back here, even 1, would be enough and send the rest forward. That said, Taha's in a bit of a pickle here, having lost a great deal of units. However, as we've seen before, can rise above. Rear City here is falling into rebellion in 11 turns, though, and that's going to be due to the lack of culture sitting at 25 a turn, and that is hurting. We did have a Courageous upgrade from the Knight, field cannon upgrade. These are likely for some envoys. Why is English so hard today? Now, does pick up the Yerevan suzerain. However, without a religious play, this is little more than a buffer against his French neighbor to the south. Who got Newton? Alright, I will pull up the Newton. Newton was picked up by Czozp. Scientists. Oh, wow. So, Dutch got the last laugh. Sniped the Chatelet. And Newton got scooped by Czozp. Yep, Alexander lost 400 army strength in that war. And is now having to pull back because Malm is now able to get aggressive with these crossbows. If Malm can expand south here a little bit, take advantage of this land, and take these cities, even if it's just these 3, well, honestly, could easily get the 4. I don't think Malm has the culture for the loyalty to hold a guy, but could probably reasonably hold these 4 cities. If not this, the capital, definitely these 3. And just build up and play the catch-up game. Now that said, our Cree player Malm is at 60 science a turn, 43 culture a turn. And with that in mind, the Macedon player is at 109 science a turn, only 25 culture a turn. So is behind in terms of civics and what cards that are actually. That one's not the capital. Oh, a representative is. You're right. but would hold these 3 eastern cities. Malm would be able to easily. Now, Newton is keeping Czozp ahead for now because Vladimir has amazing adjacencies. Czozp only has one ridiculous adjacency, and it's the one down here in Lyon. This 14 science campus. We do have Liang being established here. Full loyalty at 3 turns at Thorpe Park. Looks like that is going to get settled. That said, I'd like to point out that ATK is in a golden age, so is Vladimir. Whereas opposed, Taha and Jska both went Dark Age. So if Jska swings a heroic age out of this, she could run away with things quite quickly. Blackpool, Pleasure Beach. But it's one of those things where these 2 cities, I would love to see something done with these cities. Like horses, chariot knights, whatever. Some kind of cavalry unit. And literally just run down here. It would be amazing. The Jessington World of Adventure. It's always fun to see some creative names out of people. That said, we are at the Sim City phase of things, where if you're not at war, definitely have to be simming up. However, this is important to note. Czozp went plains. Something we overlooked, we were passing over it. I honestly couldn't see it behind the trader mark at the time. But this aerodome is going to be huge when bomber tech unlocks. Because with bombers, these cities will melt. Bombers destroy late game walls, urban defenses, all of it. Now, that said, has to finish getting there. Meanwhile, Hattusa is trying to defend itself against the onslaught of Akkad. We do still have levied units here. Oof. Named unit, the Soaring Raiders. Another admiral picked up. Jska's getting all the admirals this game. No one's contesting. Czozp has a couple of harbors, but other than that, isn't really touching it. Whereas Jska has quite a bit of focus in these admirals. And those are going to end up rewarding her with some really great bonuses. Nah, Duck, nah. There's probably a hot spring. I'm surprised to see the frigate make the hit onto the city center instead of hitting the bombard. The galloping knockers. The magnificent arrows. That one's not named yet. Back at home, a lot of improvements going on with districts, getting that university online, builder out, getting improvements, those key improvements up now. Because Arya's been at war almost the entire game, so is having to play catch up. But because of that, is definitely in a bit of a stalemate at the moment with Jska, and I think that's only because Jska isn't fully investing in war and is just building tall behind this. Now I will say that gold balance for Alexander is 0 at the moment. Campus coming online, the capital. Yeah, Jska's just focused on building tall. Vladimir working infrastructure as always. Czozp just continuing to build up. No more settlers coming out, not making any more cities, is just sitting back. 8 turns to rebellion for a guy. Military engineer coming out for Taha. I wonder what we're going to do with that. There is a settler scooting out. The Arctic Ocean touches the tropics. Yeah, that's true. Hey, we never said we played Civ for its geographic perfection. The fleet does retreat in time. Field cannons taking shots. Oof. Rip that unit. Now we do have St. Mrs. Cathedral being completed by Czozp as well. A lot of big hits trading out. So this is, you guys might be looking at this thinking, well, this is starting to hit a bit of a lull, isn't it? And it is and it's not, because there might be fewer wars going on. Things might be slowing down combat wise, but these players are now spending most of this time, most of these turns, doing things like managing their builders, their city centers, their districts. And it's because it's reached that point of the game where you really need to pay attention to the massive list you can scroll through. Oh, what is it, doggo? Hey! Don't chase cats. There we go. Had to update my stream information. But this just goes to show how important it is to build up when you have a little bit more time in the early game, because these tiles are already being improved, already being worked on. Czozp already had his rhythm going, where he had planned out, all right, next turn I got to do this, and that. Whereas other people were like, oh God, I got to move all these military units, and I got to see how they're moving theirs, and I got to be able to react to it. And they've been focusing there and sometimes overlooking those things. So you have to be very careful when you're trying to make a call for an early war, because all that time you spend fighting, all that time you spend making units, that's all going to be time spent not improving your economy, your infrastructure. Was always wondering why it took 20 years of a Metropolis full focus to train 3 engineers. Hey, it's hard. It's hard work. Question is, what is this military engineer going to be doing? That's what I'm curious about. Shipyard coming online soon. The capital for Czozp is going to have a ton of production in it. Courser's online. Czozp's in a really strong position right now. Vladimir is not far behind in technology, but is way ahead in culture still. The gap's being closed, but read back a bit. Ooh. Fair enough. That being said, Mausoleum at Halicarnassus got snuck in by Jska. Interesting. Oh, we do have some units in the water. I'd love to see this done like up here with cartography and just stuck over here. That would be beautiful. Has anybody taken Geneva? Jska has. It's a shame she's at war. Jska also has Hatusa, though. Malm still has Preslov. Taha has Fez. Vladimir has Namadol and Brapanui. I mean, there's tons of culture coming out because of that. You have all these science bonuses going around. I'm really surprised. It's a great game. It really is. This is one of the better free-for-alls I've seen in a while. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. I really do. It's a great game. These are phenomenal players. It looks like this war between Malm and Taha is done for the time being. Malm doesn't seem to be interested in pursuing. Ooh, muskets coming out now. I'm still a little worried about a guy in the back here. 6 turns till Rebellion. That said, we do have quite a bit going on up here. Interesting. Take a look at the great people here real quick. We have Charles Darwin up for grabs next, and that looks like it's going to end up getting picked up. Ooh. Wait, what? That can't be right. I'm glad you're enjoying it, but I'm really confused how Mastodon's generating 46 great scientist points a turn.
Because of chops. You chop now, it looks like stupid great points for 1 turn.
That shouldn't inflate the chart, though.
I know, but it does now. It's like
That's dumb.
it works. It works for great people, like great prophets. Like you'll be like, oh, he has 2 a turn, and they'll chop the whole site, and it'll say like 20.
Crazy. Yeah, Blaze came in and confirmed that it's from a project, which it should not. That shouldn't do that. That's dumb. That shouldn't show on the display screen.
Might be a bug.
Maybe. We'll see if it lasts.
Throws so much like you're trying to time stuff. What in the world? Look down.
Well, I'm sitting down there. I'm scrolling through. Okay, yeah, they're gonna get the next side. Just wait, what?
I was going for science fiction in Germany, running projects 5 cities, and I had 280 engineers.
Oh my god. Alright, but we do have more units coming out for our Macedonian player. I'm really dedicated to push through this war still. This is... Taha needs to stop fighting these wars. Just needs to build tall. Might even be too late for that. Yeah, a guy is going down. 6 turns. I'm waiting for the bomber. I don't see the bomber production in the capital yet. I think he's waiting for the shipyard.
How close is he to steel?
I mean, steel's not going to make a difference, but they're both past it.
AA.
Oh, the AA gun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all he could ask to do. If he gets AA, he's up to big. He'll probably take out Macedon. If he decides to take it now.
We'll have to see what happens. Oh, okay. Thanks for putting it through a Blaze echoing. All right, I'll turn them down. But it's one of those things where it's a bit ridiculous. That's fine. They can get tourists from me. I don't have any people. It's interesting because it's like Duck just said. It says X earned last turn instead of X per turn. The latter would seem more logical, but alas for Axis went with X earned last turn. That seems really. Yep. Yeah, he's down to 14. It was projects. I was unaware that change occurred. I didn't see that in the patch notes anywhere. So.
Because they did it for sites. Got out of office, all Exodus, Prophet's Curve, actual Faith Curve, and I think that changed more than everything else.
Joint coding.
Yeah. Not that it ever happened, but I'm a scientist. Science now. You know what I mean?
If you run out of scientists, get out of here.
I've seen it happen once in years.
If it's the game I'm thinking of, Czozp was a player in it.
Oh man,
Yeah.
probably not a good play to
It depends. That's a 4 promotion. Yeah. Put a balloon on it.
See, the thing people don't realize is one siege drilled an entire navy. Like you just said, navy.
Well, to be honest, there's only 3 naval units, 4 naval units here. So it's not as if it was a heavy investment.
It wasn't, but it's still just the power.
Ooh. Tried to switch out the units, failed. Oh, that field cannon got it though. These are, it's like you said, these are 5 promoted bombards, and they're absolutely huge. Sarth, what's the cultural victory points looking like? And I will try to deal with the echoey nature in a second. So culture victory, Czozp is 11 of 60, Vladimir's 5 of 40. No one else to count. Not yet, at least.
Look at the frigate damage. Jeez. One frigate down, the frigate half.
Oh wow. Because it was when they made the change to make siege units do more to ships. That and 5 promoted siege units. When those become artillery, oh boy. Oh boy.
Terracotta, is that done?
No. Not yet.
Oh my god.
That's going to be 6.
Yeah, because the way the siege tree works, it's not like range. Range don't keep defense. Siege gates, whatever the attack is, it also gains that defense.
You know what? It doesn't show me the outputs for tourism. Just shows how it reflects versus me. Which is a shame. I wish it would show that. Like it's insane because check culture screen, overall score. Okay. There we go. 116 output of tourism.
Getting high, but really need rock bands now. See if it's eight.
Well, no, that's not true. He has St. Basil's Cathedral. So that's about all the faith.
Might be enough. Rock bands are 300 faith. Oh, he might get out.
25.5 faith per turn. Yeah.
So the play would be to get one of Inca's cities.
I mean, honestly, just raising an Incan city. I wouldn't even try to keep it. I just raise it.
No, no, no. If he can get Rockman into Inca, because Inca's still
Yeah.
then it's the other zip like easy because he can get Rockman into Inca, that's the play.
Yeah, he needs. It's like Task is saying though, he needs another 100 in tourism at least in output. But a rock band would help cover that. Now, I'd like to point out that there are aerodomes online for Vladimir as well. So, nope. I hear the planes moving. There it is, bombers. He's moving them up to Marseille.
He's got the money to buy AA.
Yeah, but doesn't know the planes are there. Oh yeah, it does. A traitor. If he isn't watching this, oh my lord.
They can both see each other.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if Vladimir isn't watching this,
I don't know if CZ has 3, but really bought each other first.
I don't know. Czop's sitting on 1,800 gold. Anga's only sitting on 1.1k. Let's take a look. See, I gotta uncheck that in order to see it. Let's see. I can't even check. I have the maximum amount of this item. Has 4 on hand. Inca hat. This silly thing.
Top right under the 3 lines. Click that.
Top right under the 3 line. Oh. Yeah, it shows mine, not theirs. No, it doesn't. Why you do this to me? Oh, resources global. Durr. Oh, Jesus. That's me. 4 and 7. Yeah. He has more aluminum. He can knock out more. They added a lot of buttons and features for quality of life checks like that. Oh, God. Well, so you see what happened was, because it's time for a no shit there I was story. I kind of hopped into lobby chat, and it was like, Sardith, you want to cast a game? Sure, why not?
Yeah.
It's been what? At least a year and a half? Yes, because I read the patch notes. Now, I'd like to point out that Arya is still making military units instead of trying to build tall or continue to expand. Even then.
Yeah, it's a man's game back there. I mean,
Yeah, but think about it. No, I mean, Jska stands a chance. Jska could swing it, because if Vladimir gets caught in a war between the two... Oh, fighters. Imagine if she just makes a couple extra, right? Or just makes like 1 or 2 extra and makes them core.
Yeah, exactly.
What's worse is they can attack and move. They have extra range, and then you put an observation balloon on them. Yeah. You'd be sniping battleships. Yeah, but this 4 promoted field cannon's still really nice to have parked in a city. But it's not going to reach. Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things where
Just as science, she off because Ika shady great planes.
it's hard to say because it doesn't show.
Look at CivFR mines, just +5 mines.
Let's see here.
See the yield?
Yeah, I'm seeing the yield right there. This diamond mine here. Yeah, 5 production mine. No one has. The 3-6 mine. Yeah, but if you notice, Vladimir went fighters instead of bombers for anti-air.
That's nice. Doesn't have a lane.
Mm-mm. I mean,
If you garrison planes in the cities, they act like a minor AA.
yeah.
Not to mention planes really cheap. Like, you can stick that plane in the Tile Pass, and it's like around pass,
And that's going to be a real problem. Czozp not going to be able to push. No, he did get a guy. He yep, he went for Taha because he probably saw the fighter because he could see the animation for it flying around.
It's just hard. Usually all it is making some big light grab.
Well, I mean, honestly, there's only one. So the reason it's out in front is basically him just saying, I see the bomber here. I'm putting it right in your face. Which means I probably have more.
But Czozp doesn't need to kill him. All Czozp has to kill.
He's just going to go east to kill these two.
And he'll need him.
Well, it's not about score. This isn't something they can CC. This is the Iron Man.
I know, but he gets more ahead of him. I don't think. Like, he may turn attention.
Terracotta Army came online.
He may think, oh, I need to kill Jska.
These 6 promotion bombards. Oh my god, it's so spicy. You and me both. I mean, earlier I got to see a frigate one-shot a city. That was exciting. Yeah, he's got more fighters coming in too. There are more units stationed at these aerodomes. Oh, and put the aerodome right in his face too.
She doesn't have gold, does she? 120 gold?
Yeah, she can't buy a unit out.
She has
One way to find out. No aluminum yet.
I know I should have been there to show, but I'm all like wrecked it.
Yeah, literally war deck, bomber, it's gone.
That because if it doesn't work, it becomes a threat. And now the Czozp beeline Taha, you know, Czozp come.
Well, not necessarily, because the 3 of them know Taha's too far behind. Malm is trying to close the gap. Arya is attempting to close the gap. I mean, I'd love to see Arya just produce settlers for a little bit and just fill this out. Like, look at all this space.
Yeah, the thing is, Dutch makes it science. She get cities up, camps down.
Yeah. Like, that's all, because these 2 bombards and literally any land unit will just destroy anything that tries to come over. Now, there was the war deck. ATK declared on Czozp to kill the scout. There is another... Oh, fighters coming out. Czop's going to go for it. He's making plane versus plane combat. No, look at this production. Look at this. Look at these tiles. And then I want to remind you, he has the factory. He has Seaport.
Even the
Yeah. Look at, like, this is such a beautiful capital. And he has God of the Sea.
You need the crab.
Of course, the crab. Look at this. 532.
Oh man. With that free. Oh man.
Right? Like, Czozp's in a really masterful position right now. Arya with the signature siege span, good stuff. Yeah, absolutely, Valkyrian. Absolutely. Like, those two bombards literally shut down any kind of push that tries to be made. Because that means they have the combat strength bonuses for defending. They have the combat bonuses for attacking, of course. They can move and attack. And they absolutely shred walls, naval units, districts. Fortificate? No. Wait. Arya. No. I heard the noise for it, but I don't see anybody with it. Yeah, no one has it. Someone's just completed a wall.
That's when we're gonna see level 6 is one tank.
You want to know what the worst part is? She has a COD suzerain, so her units do full damage to walls regardless. So it can be literally whatever unit wants to use. What walls? Yeah. Yeah.
They can sit completely out of range of the cannon and city.
Great Library picked up by Czozp. Chikdanitsa by Czozp. Great Bath by Malm. Forbidden City from Vladimir. And Apadana from Vladimir. Yeah, the tourism is about to change. Probably the next turn I'll have to take a look at it. Because right now it's 156 from Czozp. 104 from Vladimir, but Vladimir's grabbing wonders too. I think Vladimir's realized what's going on.
Yeah. He got
Mm-hmm. Like, Vladimir's sim-citying throughout the early and mid game has been fantastic. Yeah. And was left alone. Nobody touched him. Has had no military the entire game. Well, I mean, if you know, Alexander went through here and then came into this before these were here, would have had easy. Yeah, sack Jerusalem, take Wanaka, easy. But it's, well, I mean, he's two-turning an aerodome in his capital right now.
16 cap.
Yeah. Pretty beautiful. The big one for me is going to be seeing these become artillery. Actually, these could hit the wall from here. It doesn't need to move them. They can hit from here. Yeah. Why the engineer hasn't been stepped on, I don't know. This is why you make scouts in the mid-game. Alright, hold on. Come on, hit it. We need to see this. We need this in our lives. 27. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there comes the cavalry unit. Just echoing forward like a little more. Uh-huh. It's a Xayj too. It's a heavy cav. It stepped on it. Against a fortified unit, yeah. Because it's heavy cav, it had the promotion for damage. Yep. Panicking.
Look, Ika pushes the plane on the border.
On the tile between. Oh.
Jessica's in a rough spot now.
Yeah.
That aggressive play to be careful now, maybe lighter.
Yeah, because that's triggering Vladimir. Because Czozp's taking Taha.
Yeah, it's everything happened in the last 5 turns. Where Jessica might have had really good spot instead of be out of the crossfire.
I'm honestly really impressed with Arya's ability to stay in the game. Because I really expected Jska to just continue pushing and just roll right over.
No one understands Siege right now.
Oh, thank you so much, Keen Hale, for the raid. Really appreciate it. And hello, everyone who's coming on over. How you doing? Man, this is pretty intense. Like, but this is the beauty of the mid game. Like, I still consider Aerodome mid game because late game to me is nukes.
Even now, with the way they've done, easy switch vacuum.
Yo, wait, why are you, what's up?
I'm just about to say.
Well, it does appear that way, but you're not out yet.
Yeah, I'm playing the game.
Let's see. See, we do have some changes going on turn to turn here. Let's take a quick look, and we do have a couple of scoops going on. This one in particular. Yeah, this is the winds of change hitting. Yeah, yeah. Vladimir declares on Czozp. Oh. Yep. He used the fighter instead of, so he used the bomber and almost one-shot it. He low-rolled. Well, his fighters are coming up now. And I'm really curious. Yeah, but this is true. That aluminum difference is huge. But I mean, he has oil. This guy, he has oil access, like more than one source too. Yeah. Upgrade to the Curator. Okay. Pulls back. Yeah, none of that upgrades into the in-ear support unit. Tons of city-state changes. A whole bunch of them just flipped. Like everyone's throwing in a piece of the pie. How? Hold on. Where is this? How is this not taken? Yeah. Yeah, there was some big flips. Denies a lot of science. And then look what that science did for Arya. Like, look at that swing. We do have a war deck. Really? We have a desync as well. I might have to pause. That war deck surprises me. That makes no sense to me at all. Not that I saw down here. I wonder if it's to use city states. Try and deny. Because no one in the West got to scout East, and I was really surprised with how well Malm got to scout this game. I was really impressed. Yerevan knows the way. Imagine levying that. What? How am I supposed to earn Arya score? I know that the damage on this city is amazing, and the engineer just keeps coming back. Oh shit! I didn't even realize. Oh no! The builder's coming up too. He bought the tile right next to the aerodome. Nothing good, I imagine. Now, I will say, Jska does have Defender of the Faith, but yeah. No spread. Oh yeah, has been for a while. It's just that's from Dutch's religion, and even then, this religion that just got made. We'll take a look at that. Mine. It's from Dutch. He had spread super well. It didn't even. It was all passive spread. Nobody fought it. However, Arya took scripture. Work ethic's really good too.
Use his own holy site.
Yeah. It's called 100% profit. Mm-hmm. This is stalemated out. They realized they both had planes, and they weren't gonna get much out of it. No, Dion got taken by Caesar. I'm surprised by this because I expected Malm to take it. I expected Malm to take all three of these when it was before these were settled. Oof. Yeah. Malm needs to sit back and build tall and just try and buy for time. I'm really like, and look at how close the science is now for the rear end of this. Like, people are catching up that we're behind. Like I said, I would love. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it is because Hatus is. Yep. Ban production buildings. If they force a ban on campus buildings, the science lead's locked. Oh yeah, they put them right up. Mm. Yep, both bombards hit the city, and then both cab units hit. Oof, man. No, it can't. And there's no road reaching the river. It'd have to go through the city.
Oh, it did stop. It stopped. 7 roads, whatever direction it did cross through.
Someone pointed out there are settlers swimming around. I see builders. There's one. Malm is expanding.
Maybe not
Let's see. Banned production of coal power plant. Oh, people, look at the sync on that. 17 for the diplomatic victory points. Whoa. Yep, planes have come back down and away from Jska. And he's hitting the city. That fighter took a big hit with that. Yeah. Nothing stationed in the aerodome. Yeah. I mean, it is. It's in the city. If he can get steel first and make anti-air, this is all useless. Jesus. Research campus grants coming out of Arya. It crossed the river. He didn't choose to pursue. He's wanting to secure the city. No, it doesn't, but it saves the unit to fight another day. The biggest problem is that once observation balloons and the Zeppelin thing come out, oh my god. Let me see this. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Oh, jeez. I mean, let's face it. Right now, these bombards match battleships in range, which is terrifying. Oh, here and hit it? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and it'd be 4 because of the mountain. Actually, wait a minute. If bombard the siege units interact the same way with mountains that battleships do, they could shoot over the mountain. Which
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Move the frigate over there?
oh my, yeah, they'll one-shot the frigate, like, especially when they're artillery. That's what I'm really wanting to see. I want to see a couple more bombards made and just see them casually slide into core, and then 2 more brought along later, and they just become armies. Of a 6 promotion artillery army. What do you think about that? Yeah. Yeah, until there's anti-air sitting around them. There's a cav too. Just is in trouble. I still love these pocket cities. Oh, the trolliest engineer ever. And look at that, gets the siege with the positioning. Yeah. Well, imagine if Arya gets steel and is beelining steel right now. It looks like steel hit for Czozp. Yeah, 400 fortification. Seeing who blinks first. No. Czozp has a lot more cities for an economy, though. They're not all built up yet, but once they are, he's going to overwhelm Vlad. But right now, they're really close. Culture difference is huge, but 180, 106. Take a look at the... Yep, the planes are still going at it. Let's see. Yeah, 126, 156 culture. This isn't going to be a tourism game. This is going to be a slaughter. Man, what a great game. This is fantastic. I don't know if that's a great idea. Last one got
Don't waggle it.
it's right there. No, see what's gonna be like the greatest meme ever is gonna be drops more airports in Inca's space, moves the fighters, and then gets bombed by Czozp because they're not there anymore. Imagine that for a minute. The swing on that would be huge. This is a fantastic mid game right here. This is great. I'm telling you. Oh my God. Hatusa getting in on it. I'll tell you what, the city-states in this game have been bloodthirsty as hell. Potato Palace picked up by Vladimir as well. Oh my God. The hits on the city. Yep. Yep, walls. Steel.
Oh my god.
That means artillery as soon as oil's online.
Oh my, where's the oil? Oil in there?
Hold on. Let's find out. Where's the oil? Let's see. There's no oil. All the way down here. Right here. Yeah. Oh, there's two out here. We have to settle a dead city and buy the tiles out. No, too close. Yeah, it'd be too close. You have to be here. 1, 2, 3. You get it. You get one there. Look at this. Look at this. There's a goodie hut that's been here the entire game. Look at that right here, oil. Right here, oil. Yeah, right there. Yep, right here would be safe. This one by Brussels, and another goodie hut. Oh my God, so many goodie huts up here. Why? Why did no one scout this? Yeah. It was because of the early game where all of Arya's scouts got forced to help secure settles and fight early units and then didn't follow up with anything later on. Oh my God, another Curazer. They're just pushing forward too. And honestly, I don't blame them. Well, to be fair, if these bombards move off of Manaus, the frigate can come back. Well, then again, steel, who cares? I mean, that's true. Oh, at risk to lose Salvador, though, 17. Oh, has Victor coming. I wonder how big the negative is. I mean, has cities behind it. I don't want to look away from those bombards. I want to see the promotion. But... oh yeah, lots of fighters. And they're all on anti-air status. Yeah. Oh, they're moving. Oh my God. Rip musket. If Arya can go get oil, anti-air gun being produced in the capital. That is a very long run. Just having it though is enough. The question is, they're making courageous of her own, so I mean, with the frigate back here in Legoland, it's going to be impossible to take the city. Because any unit that gets close enough to make all these movement costs to get in is just going to get killed by the frigate. No, go here for Thorpe Park.
Come back into land.
Yeah.
Maybe take it from the other side.
And then just destroy the frigate with a range 5 artillery.
I believe that's
I don't know the values. It would be, but if the difference isn't over 30 in combat strength, it cannot one-shot.
one additional attack.
That's ranged units. Because siege units, their ultimate promotion, if you will, is move and shoot. Which I think is amazing, but, you know, it's me. Yeah. More flips.
Better have both.
Alhambra got picked up by Taha. This city is now a priority catch. Because that's a military policy slot. Like, even though Taha is on the back foot big time, he's grabbing scientists, wonders. He's still heavily impacting. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So definitely a good job on that one, for sure. Like, this is how you fight a war if you know you're going to lose. You make it costly as hell. Like, this is how you do it right here. Yeah, I mean, big comeback. I wish the culture was higher. Science 126, you know, is keeping up with Arya. Is ahead of Arya.
His best hope is that after Marathon Ball, CCOP just spread out like further back.
Well, I don't know. The bomber was moved over.
What's up, Blaze?
Oh, Jesus, it's loud. And there goes Alexandria down. Now that will... Well, no, it doesn't go down yet. I'm actually surprised that the bomber didn't hit the city. Yeah, this courser should be coming in through here, I'd think, but... She's not going to need anti-air in all these cities in order to hold them. This is pretty risky. Oh my gosh. God, these bombards are beautiful. Anti-air in 4. Builders going on the background. So building tall behind it. It's good. Another hit on the city with these fighters. This could be potentially really big. Czozp needs, yep, they're the anti-air guns. Steel online, but needs that anti-air gun to come out to the front. Hopefully making one in each city if it's not too much. There we go. Alexandria Falls. So Alhambra, welcome back. So Alexandria Falls, Alhambra goes down. Oh, Czozp stuck Alexandropolis too.
This is the catch there for the bomber.
That was good.
That is solidified border.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's awareness. That's Kansas.
Yeah, but he has the bomber.
But I mean, pulling that far away from the
GG Taha. Well played. Well, thank you so much, Appear. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you're enjoying the match as much as I am. This is fantastic. This is... I don't think... like, the bomber can take out all of these field cannons.
Yeah, just even one bomber in a lifetime. One bomber on one night, that night, or even just a cab. Just slowly ship off the I mean, 125 science, 100.
Czozp got Ruhr Valley. He has medieval walls up in a lot of cities. Oh, welcome back, Doc. Oh yeah, that Ruhr Valley. That's really good. Oh my God, Czozp got Einstein. He got Newton earlier. Yeah, I think it might be even higher. Oh, big hits going out. Martial might fall. Vladimir's got a tank. Oh, a tank can hit it one shot right now. Oh, no. He promoted it. He promoted this turn. It's grayed out. I don't know about that. 9 garrison health? It could do it. Yeah. Yeah. So with the Dutch right now, the bombards have just been inching forward and taking shots. Looks like he's pulled back temporarily. I wonder if Arya is planning to do something. Arya's spreading religion, actually. Oh. Arya's bringing missionaries forward. Mm-hmm. Well, with the scriptures, so the extra spread pressure. Yeah, I mean those are great calls, guys. Like the tank doesn't have a promotion, but it doesn't need one. It took a hit because Czozp's recognized the threat that it possesses, but that fighter that went to go hit it kind of got smacked in the mouth. He has more anti-air coming with Guard Imperials, though. Yeah, he's making a lot more anti-air. He's 2-turning anti-air out of his capital. That's pretty spook. Ah, his aerodomes are full with bombers and fighters, too. Yep, Czozp declared on Malm. He's pushing for it. Yeah, but he doesn't need to invest a lot in this. He can literally use the bomber to do all the work. I can't believe he got Ruhr Valley. That's crazy. No, I never saw it constructing there. I don't think he has any. Inca didn't have anywhere to put it. Yeah, no, he doesn't. By his rivers, he doesn't have the district. Well, yeah. Why do you have 69? Does it? Why do you have 69 Empire score? Why does it have to be like that, mod makers? All right, here I want to. Okay, the tank can take the city. The tank can do it. No! Oh no! Oh, oh my God! Oh! Run these forward! That was damn. Block the tile it needed. Oh man. That, oh man. That's so good. Oh! Oh! So Arya declared war on Hattusa because Vladimir took it. And one of them shot, the other got upgraded. He didn't have the gold upgrade both yet. Yeah, hasn't taken a city-state yet. You want to know what's? You want to see something really amusing? Only gold CS that's left. It'd be a pocket gold CS. No one's taking it. Oh yeah, like Geneva. Geneva's Jska's only. Like it's a pocket Geneva. Look at this one though. Look at Hattusa. 8765. And then Fez 16. Nobody likes Lisbon. Apparently. Man, that might be play of the game right there. The Guard Imperial block. If the plane didn't, well, I don't know who has first moves between the two of them because they're always moving different things. Like they haven't tried to first move each other. Yeah, you have a plane sitting on an anti-air next to it. Planes can't touch it. Planes can't touch that city now, which means that city's going to start repairing those walls. I'm telling you, that Guard Imperial movement might be play of the game. Yeah, no one settled the Northwest Peninsula. I mean, Jska technically did by making Byblos early on, but I was really disappointed to not see a big run by with cavalry units because it would have devastated. This war would be over if it did. But we can see the map. They can't. Oh, I hear planes moving. Yep, there's the fighter. One turn left. Must have delayed it because didn't see planes. Gonna regret that. Not only that, should have been making one out of Salvador and Manaus anyway. The tanks are coming out though, across multiple cities. Vladimir's going for war. Oh, two tank upgrades. Oh my God! Look at all this AA. I got a 30. I mean, has no reason to stop. That's fine, but if he makes Guard Imperials and just puts them in these tiles around the front and just parks AA behind them, it's untouchable. Oh, he's getting ready. Can't stop them all. She's up. Got a tank over here too. A tank core, no less.
What do you think the play is? Raise it? Try to hold it?
Oh, that's oh man. I think the play is to raise it because yeah, because no, it doesn't because he can station planes and a guy in Alexandria.
Yeah,
And that's true. Wait, there's still so many lands left to claim. Yeah, there's a lot of free space that hasn't been taken. Down in here, up here. Well, up here is getting claimed. Because Malm is expanding and making little pocket cities. Like, all this open space, though, is just so... Yeah. Because those are all cities that no one knows where they are. And let's see, it's not untouchable, requires spec ops. Neither a spec ops army with ambush promotion to let it survive, or just suiciding single ones. Yeah, that would do it. Yep. Tank corps moving up. Yeah, he's blocking the tiles. Oh man, this is rough. He'd have to suicide planes to do the damage. But oh my god. Oh, minus 23 defenses to an 86 strength. That was only minus... That was a bombard still, that's why. He needs to make these core. Like... Mm-hmm. Like, because artillery armies have base 106, don't they?
It's up there. But the fighters, two fighters can shoot away.
Yeah, because it needs the... Yeah, there's the artillery. It's coming along the road. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's moving 5 tiles a turn. Ah, that's a mistake.
I'm not seeing other like siege now that would be at this point.
Yeah. I can't see the production in the other cities, the problem. I'm really curious what Jska's doing here, because getting the Colossus right now, but probably the safeguard, that's a culture issue. Oh! We have a victory timer on the culture screen. Oh yeah, it's ridiculously high. But that's why the wonders are getting picked up. It's because there's a victory marker on the screen. I think those artillery's an army. It's going to be ridiculous. Hell yeah, it will, Duck. Artillery armies without promotions. It'd be a hunt. Oh. I'd love to see the tank. Oh, he's trying to get the Guard Imperial. He got it. That city's dropping. That needs to be a raise. Yeah, he killed 1A, but there's 2 more there. 102 city strength, though. As a tank corps. Oh, he's making tank corps. Wherever he's making these out of, he's making them as core. Oh, okay, he's combining his tanks into core. Oh, there's an army. That's an Incan tank army. Sorry if that's not going to happen. The victory timer counts incorrectly. Yeah, you're right, Sky. That won't. But the reason what I was trying to say was because there's a timer on the screen. If they're watching that, that's why they're making wonders, is to deny it. At least that's my opinion. I could be wrong. Chilling at Jedpool Pleasure Beach, visiting Camelot, taking rides in Justland World of Adventures or Legoland. Enough options. The biggest problem is the city center is healing. And there's enough here from Czozp to defend the city. He's using the bomber in the back to fight the tank corps. He's trying to clean up the army. I'm kind of... Yep, he's moving up more planes. That's really risky, though, because the anti-air's here. Writer gets picked up. Artist picked up. The artist is Andrei Rublev, if anyone's wondering. And then the writer is Wolfgang. But... Yeah, but think about it. What if one of these tanks had just driven on down? Yes, he's out. No, he's 4 turns out of another unit. Look at this. But look at this down here. There's 4 anti-air units. I mean, he's made the air worthless, but he needs more troops on the ground. Oh, yep, he took out one of the tank corps. There's just the army left now. This is 3 stars, and I don't know why it's calling it a tank corps. It's an army. Known as Van Gogh. Well played.
All of the out of the sea.
He's got 4. He's got 4 behind it down here. There's 3. Okay, one of those is the one from down here.
Man, this is gonna so low.
Oh my god. It's like you said, he's stretched thin, but there's nothing really coming because the planes were the threat and the planes are now countered. In the west, I mean, we have a bombard and artillery just, you know, raining hell on poor little Hattusa. Still have the Wonder being worked on, the Swanee. Again, I would love to see some settlers come out. Malm is just trying to build up. But look at the gap in science. 432 from Czozp, 300 from Vladimir, 221 from Jska, and then it's 152, 130. Like, if they're going to build tall, they got a ways to go. But there's anti-air units coming out from Malm now. Wait, hold on. Malm 1 turned an anti-air gun?
Wow.
Oh my god. It must have been a switch over from a Wonder. There's no way. There's nothing to chop. There was no builder over here. No. No, there's nothing from it. But there was no chop. Didn't have a builder over here.
Maybe the last
Must have been. That anti-air gun's gonna save Malm in this war.
Yeah, it makes a lot more. Like, that's even tanks, they're not doing that.
Yep, that's the general accompanying. The problem I have right now is all these anti-air guns are in one city. Like, one of these needs to go to a guy, one needs to go to Alexandria. Should probably have one in Avignon just to have. Yeah, the tank army had to fall back. He can't take the city now.
May not be taken.
Yeah. Yeah, there's another tank coming out in 3 turns. More anti-air being produced in other cities still. Like, planes are useless now. I don't think stealth bombers can deal with that. There's way too much.
They'll nearly die. Maybe that many.
Then yeah, let's take a look at the global resources here. What are we looking at? Aluminum, 12 out of Jska, dang. 25 out of Vladimir right now. Oh, uranium, they're farming uranium up. Vladimir's got 19 though, he's gonna have a lot more modern armor.
Yeah, Abe, stop it, dude. One good nuke, if he doesn't tech sand. That's, bye-bye, Martial.
I mean, a nuke on Martial would cause so much.
That was my
Big city-state flip. What do we got going on here? Brussels picked up by Jska. Jerusalem taken by Vladimir. Fez still controlled by Czozp. Preslav still owned by Malm. Vladimir still owns Hattusa. But Vladimir can't defend Hattusa. He's going to lose it. And he put 21 envoys in it. Yeah, there's an Amani from that. So it's 10. Actually, wait. Someone invested in Lisbon. Malm and Czozp invested in it, and they're matched right now. That's what the flip was from. There's a culture victory notification. Anything important? No. As the Sky pointed out earlier, the victory timer is incorrect in its measurement. The only reason it was important and I brought it up is because if people see a notification for a victory marker, they're going to react to it. In this case, Jska and Arya both built wonders. Just to increase their tourism to deny it. Clicking off the infinity notifications of city-state war. Yeah. Oh. Oh. That happened. The bomber took out one of the field cannons and almost died for it.
Oh yeah, even one AA.
That's crazy. Yep, now the planes are hitting another city. He's moving 2 AA guns over in that direction. Three. AA for days. Look. Yeah, I mean, look at all these AA guns in the background still coming forward. What is that? 4, 7, 9. He's got 10 anti-air guns. Yeah. Imagine a thermo nuke between these cities here on that mountain tile. 3 for 1. You got a 4 for 1 over here. But, I mean, this anti-air gun needs to get over here now. I don't know why she's not hitting the artillery. Especially if there could be another fighter or bomber over here. 4 turns on Colossus, and then 4 turns on Kisawani, because they're trying to deny the culture victory that got marked. I would, like I said, the play of the day would be cab units up north and just do a run by. Nah, it's mass pillage run. It'd be, you wouldn't even have to invest heavy in it. It could be with the weakened production science. I mean, the economy would be wrecked. I don't know. Don't know. Yeah, I mean it maybe not. Czozp declare on Yereman? Oh, Vladimir soused it. Yep. He did a 6-point drop in it. If it had more units and he could do a levy, that'd be pretty big. Just not enough. I mean, it's hitting his field cannon, but other than that, probably just hoping it harasses him. More anti-air being made. Oh, man. Yeah, it sounds like him. I mean, anti-air is being picked up by Inca now too, so air is not going to be the play. Not at all. Out east, this is a dead war now because of the anti-air gun. 4 turns. Oh, it only takes 5 turns at the capital to make one. Surprising. Yeah, need modern armor armies for that. I mean, that's what... I mean, endgame is either masked up modern armor armies or nukes. Has ATK scouted the peninsula? No. Nope, because if you look here, and right here, oh, there's huts through here for years, and that was the capital for Arya. Now I'm not pointing that out to criticize the hell out of Arya. Arya's a good player, obviously, from what we're seeing, but and the bombard did get taken out, by the way, and the anti-air gun shredded the fighter. Yep. Another anti-air gun being bought out. Too late. But I mean, you know, one of the biggest things that players need to remember in this game is you need to scout early, you scout often, and you need to keep scouting. Just because you saw the map doesn't mean you see the map. Because with Fog of War in play, I mean, you might have at one point known what was there, but unless you're keeping eyes in that area, you might miss something. Now all complete Project Ivy in 5 turns. Yeah, right. I mean, she's out in this Ruhr Valley city. This place is huge. 6, 5, 5, 4, 4. Maybe not. Didn't have that much production. Well, no, there's a bunch down here. 6, 6, 6, 6, 5. I mean, if he flipped all these tiles to Rowan, the production, he might be able to. Oh yeah, he's got a power plant on it too. Power in it. Yep, RCL's recovered. Anti-air guns are now at a guy. They're like right outside it. Planes can't do anything here. This is done.
I would just turn around. Let's see.
I'd go with, yeah. But Jska has, you know, a bomber in the back, a fighter up front. The fighter's worthless now. Yep, anti-air's just moving forward. God, that was juicy. See that artillery hit?
Without that secondary unit, I don't know if
Oh. You saw that hit on Manaus, right? Yep. It's right there. It was good. It was really good. That was a huge city hit too. No, because the other bomber's back here. It won't reach. Yeah, it's in here. But it's... Well... No, because it would have been hit by this AA gun. Alright, good luck, my man. Thanks, appreciate you. Yeah, Duck, I mean... Nukes are going to be where it's going now. Now, Hattus has been taken by Arya. And Arya can keep it or raise it at his leisure. Oh my god, look at all these spiders. Don't quote me on that. Might I ever run for some title somewhere? We should vote for Duck because he's all about them nukes. I mean, that said, this is great gameplay. You know, more anti-air guns coming online. This is going to lock out, the 3 anti-air guns will lock out the bomber entirely. It's just not going to be doable. That said, have all these air units floating around. Oh, volcano went off. Industrial air ends in 5 turns. We have more anti-air guns coming out pretty much across the board. Oof. Oh, he's trying to take shots at the plane from the city. Anti-air gun back to Manaus, thinking that a bomber is what hit it. Oh, it is. Saw the damage tick this time. Cavalry unit upgraded. He's going to try and do the run by later. That said, here we are going to take a quick look at the world rankings. Whew. Now look at that tourism and see what's going on. 196, 158. No one else is really pushing much out. That said, there is no victory marker anymore. So players are going to calm down, relax. Next turn, Colossus and Kiswani. Jebel Barca is going under construction as well. Finally, another city went down for Arya. Tank upgrade. Interesting. No one has a big pool of gold here. The 700 and 600 stand out comparatively, but that's not so much it's a big deal. And this Cuirassier just gets completely shreked. Another tank upgrade. Okay. Bit surprising. Now I will say the difference in science right now. Czozp is just straight out going for the science victory at this conjecture. Was trying to. 26, 22, 39, 29. So scientists are almost locked in by Czozp here, but the others generate enough points to be able to get them. They are matched in terms of merchant points between Vladimir and Czozp, though, to get these merchants. So this 25 tourism rate, this could swing something a little bit to like make people panic about tourism, but it's pretty obvious that a culture victory is not the goal. Four turns left on the industrial era. Now we do have the Colossus and Kilikisani. They are completed. That said, there are anti-aircraft guns all over the place. These planes are going to get absolutely shredded if they try to do anything on either side. There's just so many. And there is the frigate armada back again. The Cav is in the water. There is a chance Jska might actually get Manaus here and just sweep the legs out from under Arya. So Arya has to be paying attention here to really see how this is coming in order to react to it. Nothing going on up north just yet. A CivFR, huh? Well, since you brought up religion, let's take a look at the lens. Now, these are all slowly converting to Arya's religion, which is great. But it's over such long periods of time that it's really just the extra pressure from taking scripture that's making the religion not go obsolete. I'd love to see some missionary use there in order to lock that all in and just cement a great deal of pressure in. You can't priority target. Eiffel Tower by Arya. Not sure what that was about. Taj Mahal getting picked up by Arya. Let's see. There it is. No, that's not it either. That's the Angkor Wat. I do not see Eiffel Tower being built. Jebel Barka. Yeah, I don't see it. More builders coming out, so we have more sim citying. The players realizing they got to play catch up. Back to Czozp, and Jska is doing a great job of trying to close the gap with the Incan player Vladimir, even though she's at war. Alright, so cab units out of the water. Frigate shot needs to happen first. Tank goes after the cab unit. That's, woof, big hit. Raise it. You can't keep it, raise it. Heals instead. Promotion. That said, more of a standstill going on between Vladimir and Czozp. Lots of tanks heading out east, though. Looks like Czozp's sights are trained on Malm still. However, Malm may not have a huge hefty science score, but as you come to the end of the game, if you don't capitalize on that lead, you're going to lose that lead. Because sooner or later, everyone's going to get these technologies. That said, Czozp is in a much more dominant position. Inca has spent their gold trying to secure and lock in all the anti-air and all the other planes, buying up builders. So right now, Czozp's the only one with much gold. That said, Czozp does have control of Lisbon for now. Malm has up until now been matching. That said, Vladimir does control the majority of the city-states across the map, which is giving a lot of extra vision, a little bit of harassment onto his enemies. But most importantly, it's that vision. You know, the bonuses are great. Czozp got far-seeing his spawn. Yeah. He made the most of it and did a great job with it. Do you have a disconnect? You wait for the turnover. Pause on turnover causes a lot of problems. There we go. I'm gonna hop on down to find out what's going on. There we go. We are waiting for you to come on back. I said we're just waiting for Jska to come on back.
We're gonna have to re-lobby.
Oh,
Yeah. It drastically changed the turn.
okay, not a problem. Turn 113. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's not my doggos this time. Well, I have an interesting issue. My menu's invisible. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to Alt F4 out to re-lobby this, so I'll be right back. Weird. Let's see. Press escape to solve the bug. I did Agathy. It did not solve it. It just makes it go away.
What happened?
We're re-lobbying because it drastically changed the turn because she disconnected on the turnover, so I had to wait for the whole turn to cross over to pause it, and actions were taken. Because unless it got fixed, pausing on the turnover causes all sorts of hell to break loose.
I also got part of my turn in, so like you really have to re-lobby your whole defense.
Not a problem. I'm not going to fault anyone for good sportsmanship.
So we lobby?
Yep, I'm rebooting the game. I had to Alt F4 out because I have some invisible menu bug thing going on.
Okay.
I'll have it up in a second.
So I hate to do this, but I have a thunderstorm right now going on, and I might lose power. Are there rules about subs for that?
No, you're welcome to sub out, okay? You're welcome to that. I just asked. So I wanted to play the Mario game. I'm gonna be happy playing it now.
Wow, this CC lose.
It's not allowed.
Nope, not in the Iron Man.
Why did we do this? We should all rebel and that we just want
You know this in Yamish?
even if it do that of us fun.
That's right.
It is total, like literally. But I mean, we could all lie and say we were a victory streak. That's the only way we can get.
Nah, this has been casted live.
You could be another tip.
Lobby is up.
Wait, you didn't see the victory screen? We all saw it, right?
Must have been the. Sorry guys, I got the invisible menu bug. I
I
didn't
might
see
lose
it.
power, and I won't be able to tell anyone if I do, to like sum me in.
Okay, well, have them yell at me if it happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, the lobby is up. So, the GDC stream, that was for another stream I was doing. I updated it mid-match, and it doesn't seem to have updated.
So what's the protocol on doing this when you're loading back in during a turn that a bit very important one was going on?
All right. So how this works? I have the lobby link in the chat for Iron Man, but everyone's gonna join in. What we're gonna do is when everyone loads in, they're gonna put a plus in the chat, and once we're sure everyone is in, I'll do a countdown in the chat. 3, 2, 1, and then you guys can go to town.
Okay, so after one.
Yeah, after 1.
Sorry I had to ask, but I'm in another beforehand, that way I didn't pause another lobby.
No, you're doing the right thing. The only dumb question is a question that's not asked.
Oh, I'm not sure that's true.
You need to someone else with that. You need to
No. What happened was there was a disconnect on the turnover.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's all.
It's
Let's see here.
Is it alright if I hit ready up and then go grab a snack while people are loading in and stuff?
Yeah, because we'll do the plus in chat.
Alright, just making sure.
Not a problem. Well, when you hit the mid and late game like this, everyone takes a little bit longer to load in. So.
Yeah, I'm worried about if I can get it.
Alrighty. Alrighty. That happens to everybody, but the game seems a lot more stable than when I played last, so that's nice to see. I remember back when this game was just lobby simulator. I'd jinx it. Nuh-uh. Alright guys, we're getting this back started. Once everyone loads in, there'll be a plus put into the chat, and once everyone's in, I'll do a countdown. Will take a little bit longer to load in than normal because it's got to load in all the units and everything like that that was going on. So this is turn 113. And free-for-all from Marvel fans. Now, what the Ironman free-for-all is it is a free-for-all match with one person from each clan representing. And what happens is there's no surrendering, there's no CC to score, there's no giving up. You fight till a victory screen hits. And it's a lot of fun. The games usually last a really long time, and that's why there was discussion of subbing people out, because sometimes the games go for 13, 16, 18 hours and players will sub out. Because sometimes players need to sub out for work or, take care of things. I mean, I'll be here the whole time with you guys, but they can swap out. I can't. So basically, last man standing. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I will tell you what, I want to take this opportunity since we're loading on in, and it's taken a bit. I really want to thank Von Holio from CPL for inviting me to cast the match today. I really appreciated the opportunity. It's been a lot of fun. It's been great to come back to the community and be a part of it again. Because honestly, CPL has been around for a really long time, much longer than I've been into Civ, actually. They've been around for well over 20 years. And they're a fantastic group. They're an international community of people who just love to play Civ. And they've done a great job of working together and making mods to help balance the game better for competitive play. and it's just absolutely fantastic, and I'm so grateful to be a part of it. All right, we have 3 pluses. All right, that's 4. All right, that's everybody. I'm going to do the countdown in chat. All right, good luck, everybody. All right, and we're back right on into the commentary. We got the match kicking right back off where we left it, and we did have the hits go off onto the city with the tank and the, oh man, lost the cab unit to it. That's rough. Inspirational and thankful speech time. Well, I mean, I've always enjoyed being a part of CPL, to be honest, and because of how long games take and because I'm a parent, it's hard for me to dedicate that kind of time nowadays because I have to put my children first. And of course, that's just being a responsible parent. There's nothing wrong with that. But I have missed the community. They're a lot of fun. They're great people to play with and have a good time with. That said, we're going to look down here at Czozp's land down here a little bit deeper because we've been paying so much attention to these war fronts. Because these trades and hits are going back and forth. We have a lot of district development. Tiles have been improved. Now, there are a lot of tiles, as you can see, that aren't improved yet. So the question is, have they been overlooked because of the frantic anti-air spam? Or are these designated tiles for things like a spaceport for later? There you go, Duck. That's one way to take it. Let's see here. Now, we do have a lot of tanks coming in from Czozp around the curve here. And I'm surprised they're being sent this way in plain sight of the Incan player, Vladimir, instead of through these small passes to keep them out of vision. That said, there are tanks being built up over here a little bit, not nearly as much. That said, Lisbon is going after Arya now, which is a bit of a problem because Batavia is exposed, but that's steel walls, 70 combat strength. The muskets aren't really going to be able to mess with much. There's nothing to really pillage. Whereas up here at Kumasi and Byblos, it's just trade route central with Geneva. Yep. Another stalemate all around as players are gearing up to try and go for it. It's a very strenuous point. Like it doesn't look like everything's really hinged right now, but honestly, missteps and mismovements of units could be completely catastrophic right now for a player. So they have to really be thinking ahead and really trying to figure things out. Yeah, I agree. With steel, Jska should definitely... Like, I wish Jska would have had settlers out already and just colonized all of this up here. Like, she could have gotten a lot done. A ridiculous amount done with it. Or like Blaze and I were talking about earlier, the Cav run by with even the Corsairs would have been devastating to pillage for the economy. That bit northeast over mainland empire. Yeah, I mean, you're completely right. All this out here, could have been taken by her, but look at this. Vladimir's still making settlers. He's still sending them out and has builders out and engineer. Malm's up here with a settler as well, interestingly enough. That said, Malm has some good cities here. I'd love to see a city over here, though. There's oil right here, too. That's going to be badly needed. Oil down here, a little bit safer to take. Czozp just got to sit back and sim, and it's the power of building tall. Czozp got a handful of cities up, was building them up a little bit, and then built out a little bit more, and just built straight up and just took what he could, and he ended up getting all of Taha's cities there in that run by. That being said, this turn is a long one with no timer because we loaded in on it. The remaining turns will have the turn timer per normal. Did the settler of Malm just flee and flee for ages in the war, the hope to find land without loyalty pressure? It's too late for that, unfortunately. Honestly, I think the safest place would have been up in here, but he has a settler there with crossbow, so. Do note, though, that Hattusa is losing loyalty. That's going to have to be changed with the governor. There we go. And as you recall, we do have an era switch coming up. Turns are taking long to roll over now because we did the relobby. Next turn, the era ends and switches over, though. Take a look at the city-states here. Let's see what's changed, what's different. Jska did pick up Brussels. Now, she had it before, but it got contested, and she flipped it back. Did an excellent job with that to retain. You see those people? Yeah, you want to join those people. That'd be something. We do have tanks rolling out by Arya now. And more tanks coming in the back to come forward. Because right now, Jska has a much stronger, well, military presence, I should say. These units unupgraded are worthless against the walls. But there's no more air support here. There's no anti-air down here anymore. So now Hattusa's getting bombed. Or raided by these fighters, I should say. Even taking a hit onto this 4 promoted tank. That said, I mean, things are quiet. Things have quieted down between Vladimir and Czozp, at least for now. And even then, these tanks, they've stopped moving forward. They're just parked now. So it's going to be interesting. Now we do have another one. A COD is flipping. Oh. Well, we have some. That's interesting. To non-Madol. This one got flipped, I do believe. Yep, Czozp tried to take non-Madol. Vladimir dropped another. Dropped another envoy in there to pull it back. Because look at the Incan culture. It's almost double the competitor in terms of culture per turn. I mean, tourism 195, 164, 39, 36, 16. Not that big a deal. No one's threatening a culture victory right now. The tourism scores are too low. Even the 195 is still way too low. However, taking a look at the science though, 538 to 280. Now, warranted there are projects going on and things like that. But as you can see, rocketry's been picked up. But that's about it. There's no threat for science victory right now, at least not yet. Czozp has made peace with ATK. Okay, so this is actually a big deal. Them piecing out means they don't have to worry about each other for at least 10 turns, minimum. Arya needs to take advantage of this time to just shore up defenses against Jska and start filling out these cities. Now, we did just have an era rollover, so we definitely need to take a look and see where everyone's landed. Alright, so we have Dark Ages across the board for Vladimir, Malm, and Jska. Arya got a normal age, however, Czozp got a golden age. Now that golden age, man, that's going to be a big game changer in terms of loyalty pressures across the board. But thankfully, Vladimir's cities are tight enough, doesn't have to worry about it. Same with Malm. However, you also have the extra bonuses that come with getting a golden age. What were Arya and Czozp going to do to each other anyways, not enable? So the range of bombers is 10 tiles, to give you an idea. 10 tiles is a really long way across the map. And let's say Czozp unlocked the technology for aircraft carriers and simply is building one in a city we can't see, or perhaps is considering building one and has it one turn off completion and just switched off for now and was saving it to see if the piece would go through or not. If the piece was declined, complete the aircraft carrier, put the bombers on it, send it on its way in the ocean where nothing can touch it, and then bomb cities, but destroy tiles, destroy districts. Not saying it's what would happen, but it's a potential thing that could be happening. And Czozp is spread very thin right now between the war with Malm and this Cold War with Vladimir. Now you have all these city-states piecing with people because of the peace between their suzerains. But Czozp couldn't have attacked on your cities in one turn. One turn is enough for to block tiles for melee units take something. Yes and no. What if the aircraft carrier went over here and landed with units, not on here because it's coastline, but the units could land. You can't, one turn's not enough to cover all this coast. And a musket sure isn't going to stop it. The city-state? No. Czozp can't see this, of course. This is fog of war for Czozp. But the point is that with this much coastal exposure, units could land and make beachfall. Let's see what's getting voted on. Population growth or reduction. Tourism from great works of this type doubled. I don't think it would be enough. Diplomatic points, Shift enter that. Now, Vladimir has been sinking diplomatic points to himself. And with that in mind, only needs 9 more. Now, it's still a long ways away, but point, Czozp can land elsewhere. Yeah. I mean, the Cold War going on with Vladimir is taking up the bulk of his forces. However, now that these have been upgraded to jet fighters, I mean, this many anti-air will still shred them, but the jet fighters are still a threat. I don't think I agree with the upgrade, but there might be a plan. Everyone's really low on gold right now. Even Czozp will only sit in 600. Alright, so Vladimir is getting better population growth. Sculptures are doubled in tourism. Vladimir got himself more. Oof. Yeah, Vladimir got himself more points. And then you got the World Fair going on. Now, Czozp science is so explosively ahead right now. The Czozp and Vladimir are both right around here. The satellites, guidance systems, and all that. But look at how much science it requires for a technology. You got Diplo points yourself. Did they vote you? Yeah, they voted me to get them at one point. Things like modern armor, the wind farm, jet bombers. And we're getting close to thermonukes, Operation Ivy, things like that. I'd be really excited to see Giant Death Robot. See if we see any GDRs. If they vote me to win the Diplo victory, I think they all get disqualified. That'd be interesting to have to talk to the admins about. So how do we do this? What do you mean? They voted me the victor with the diplomacy points. Wait, what? I'm really curious as to why these jet fighters were upgraded from the standards. There's more than enough anti-air support units here that if a tank push came through, I mean, these jet fighters wouldn't be able to stop it. Oof. Yeah, these bombers and fighters are raiding Arya, man. It'll have to be raised, though. They might just be farming promotions. But now, still holding on for now. Anti-air's a little closer to Hattusa now. Has some campus projects going out. A lot of good things going on here on the map right now. And even players that are, you know, quote, losing, comparatively speaking, to like the top 2 or 3, they're still holding on very well. Things are so close and so tight right now that even Czozp with his overwhelming technology score, he can't pressure Kree, who has 128 science compared to the 617 in less than half the culture generation, because Malm has done a great job shoring up defenses in order to make it really difficult. It's this kind of defensive play that even though you're losing, it would cost so much to take you that they can't afford to take you, even though they would gain a lot from it if they were successful. We have some jet fighter upgrades coming out. For Czozp, just the one so far. But it's part of understanding that and how to better use your units even at a disadvantage in order to properly defend. Like, for example, Dutch was in a really bad pinch for a long time near his capital around here, when Arya had a beautiful concave of ranged and melee units over here. And I really thought Dutch was going to end up getting crushed by it. But Dutch did such a great job managing his units that did he lose in the end? Sure. But look how long it took for that war to end. Look at how much opportunity cost was lost instead of gained. How much farther along would Arya be if that war didn't happen? If instead just boxed in Dutch. It just kept expanding. Like, if that war didn't happen, and it comes all the way back to that opportunity cost, where you have to really think and plan and figure out what's gonna work best, why does it work best. Not just, oh, this is what worked. You have to look at the why and how it impacts other things. And it's that deeper understanding. Now, Czozp and Malm just pieced. Now, why is that important? Because now Czozp can focus everything on Vladimir. Because right now, Czozp is gunning for a science victory. With a science score like this, you can hardly blame. Got Newton and Einstein. 59 techs, 54 techs. Not a big difference right now. 50, 35, 33. Not a big difference right now. But look at the research here. Already has satellites. Has rocketry. Hasn't built the spaceport or anything yet. Hasn't launched the Earth satellite. But as far as research goes, is trugging along. That said, Arya does get the Jebel Burkal up online. It's going to be some nice space, some iron. Now, it is later on in the game where iron's worn out a bit, but if you have the ability to mass produce lower tier units to upgrade later for when you need them for war, that's the best way to do it economically. You're not really hurting yourself as much. That said, we do have a lot of good things going on here in the background. Oh! Alright then. Mobile Sam's upgraded these anti-air guns to deal with these jet fighters. You're going to use the jet fighters to take out the anti-aircraft guns. I thought they'd take a lot more damage than they did from that hit. But now that there are mobile SAMs on the field, I think it's going to be a very different story. Yep, all of them upgraded. Inca's out of gold. Even with the upgrades, Czozp's doing a great job here maintaining the economy here. Gonna take a quick look and see how much gold per turn. 58. Czozp is looking at 43 and just spent a ton of gold as well. Now, Malm is sitting on 494 gold, but is focusing now on getting universities online and really just trying to build tall, which is great because Malm's still trying to catch up. Now, that said, even catching up, Malm's matching Jska in culture, beating more or less matching culture with Arya. That said, look at the science. The science here is catching up. Slowly but surely, Malm's science has been growing and scaling up. Because when you look at how many points these technologies cost that these players are at now. Inca might have beeline nuclear fission. That could be really bad because with jet fighters out, next step is nuclear fusion. We may see thermonukes soon. We need to look for engineers for building missile silos. Let's see if any engineers come out. Builder. Fighter. Nothing yet. There's Gaz. Yep, we're gonna have nukes this game, guys. It's gonna happen. Question is, who's gonna get them first? Because if Czozp gets nuked, this game turns around. Encampment coming down in the capital. Okay. No warrior scooting around up here. That warrior's gonna scoop up a whole bunch of goody huts. Panama Canal's getting built in order for Camelot to send naval units through. Okay. Interesting. Now this works in reverse as well. A battleship at max promotion could hit Kitakara. Definitely an interesting game, for sure. Now hold on here. Is Lisbon still... Nope. Lisbon got taken by Czozp and they well, hold on. Yeah, and they pieced. So now Lisbon is no longer threatening to pillage. That is the big deal. That's really good because Arya can now focus entirely on simming up, catching up, doing what you gotta do. Still builders running around, which is good to see. There's always tiles to improve. There's always things going on. You know, builders are good the entire game. They're never not good. They're never not useful. If you have the ability to, and you don't, and you can without it setting you back really hard, you should always be having builders coming out somewhere. And it's for that reason. Chiktanitsa, Sid Marcel. This is the point where most of the action that's happening is with the players going through their cities, telling citizens to work specific tiles for this turn or that turn. You know, trying to figure out what they want to research, what civic they want to work on, where's their goal, what's their aim, what's their plan. Great Lighthouse finishes up. I mean this helps against the culture victory, but there's no threat to it. No one's gonna win culture, not right now. That said, Czozp has a spaceport online. Vladimir didn't even research rocketry yet. Now where is the spaceport? Right there it is. And it's hidden off in the back where no one can see it. And it is in his Ruhr Valley city with Pingala, I'd like to add. Now, anyone can see this on the victory screens, the scoring screens and everything. They can hover over this and realize that Czozp has a spaceport somewhere. No one else has researched rocketry or anything like that yet. Looking at the civics, because I just want to highlight how far ahead Vladimir is in terms of his civics. He has access to rapid deployment already. He has access to space race. He's almost, honestly, at Tier 4 government. His Tier 3 governments are right here. And this is about where Czozp is, as second place in culture. So, our Incan player already has the Tier 3 governments done, and is pushing for the Tier 4s. Oh yeah, man. Absolutely. Like, here, zoom in and see all these 6s. You have a 7-1-2-1 mine. You have a 5-2-3-1, 2-6-1. Like all these mines. I mean, look at this sugar. This is a 6 food, 2 gold sugar plantation. He turned, yeah, you can turn a 5 culture tundra chateau. Like, you can do amazing things with land, even if it looks bad, if you can get to the later stages of the game. It's all about how you use what you have. Now, I will say, Vladimir, our Incan player, is beginning to close the gap in a way, but Czozp is continuing to pull ahead in science as well. They're both growing steadily with their science. And the lead that Czozp has, he's going to unlock key technologies first. So unless... And he has the mobile SAM, so nuking him is going to be incredibly difficult. Because... it can shoot down nukes. Mahabodhi Temple gets picked up by Vladimir. He is working on religious. He picked up Eastern Orthodoxy. Relics have triple yield and faith and tourism. And then the mosques. Missionaries get the extra spread. That said, I'm going to pull up the religious screen just to see if any big changes have happened. The answer to that is negatory. However, the religion for Jska, she has hers going pretty well now. Now, with the... I am interested to see what locked beliefs are going to be unlocked for Eastern Orthodoxy here for Vladimir, because he's bothering to make the units sacrifice to unlock them. If you don't have SAMs, you're not stopping nukes. And even then, each SAM only stops it up to 1 tile away from the unit. So you'd have to spread them accordingly. But Marshall can't be nuked now. It's too late. However, that's not stopping a cheeky nuke from hitting over here. Now there are jet bombers unlocked, but they're hidden. I'm telling you, this is a fantastic game. It doesn't look like a lot's going on, but a ton is happening right where we can't see it, which is really unfortunate. Because like, this is a gorgeous game. Seeing all 5 of them make it into the late game like this out of 7 players is fantastic. Taking a look at great people here. We're of course out of profits. 57.89. That was projected. Because they're both cranking out projects at this point for their science. Because if the income player doesn't do projects, he's going to fall further and further behind because Czozp's natural raw science. Because even without projects, Czozp is ahead. And as you can see, their science score is drastically inflated, and that's because of they're fighting over Jerusalem. Your cities with holy sites exert pressure as if they were holy cities, which is 6 times the strength. Which means that all these cities, as long as they have a holy site in them, they're exerting a ton of religious pressure, which doesn't sound like a big deal, because everyone has a religion. You're gonna have to get inquisitors out and things like that, but at the end of the day, they have to resist the passive spread, otherwise it'll sneak up on them. Now there are missionaries going out. Yep. They're helping that spread for that very reason. And even then, the religious bonus is taken. Oh wow, look at this. Each campus commercial hub. Oh wow. First nuke of the game and it didn't do the animation. I feel so cheated. So help me if a mod took away the nuke animation. I'll be so angry. But there you go. First nuke of the game, guys. Turn 122. Oof. This is the turning point right here. Nukes. Because there are no SAM sites up over here, and the jet fighters can't one-shot the bomber. There's the radiation damage onto the units. Even though they're flying, it still affects them. Alright, what's going to happen? Stop at turn 123. Let's go, let's go. Pulls back the tank, doesn't go for it. Gonna have to move these units out of this radiation or he's gonna lose them. Walls on the encampment, taking shots up at the fighter here. We do have the anti-air unit linked up with the tank. That said, this poor city has been bombed into oblivion and back. Jska's doing damage, but unfortunately none of it's sticking. That said, the damage to the city and the tiles around it are going to be huge. Now, Victor being moved here if anyone's kind of curious as to why. Victor has the plus 25 combat strength to anti-air support units within the city's territory when defending its aircraft or ICBMs. That is a big deal. It does mean a lot. Oof. Jet fighter does go down, unfortunately. He's going to have to upgrade this anti-air gun into a SAM or otherwise. And this one as well. Otherwise he's going to get nuked again. Here we go. We have another nuke coming out in 2 turns. That's not even his main production city either. Here we go, here we go. This is the fun part of the late game here is nukes. And when you get into thermonuclear weapons, the area they affect is huge. Planes exchanging hits. Is the tank going to go for it? Okay. One of the planes is going to tag it. Someone has a rock band running around. AT core over there. There's an engineer here. That said, we do have the Taj Mahal getting picked up. Oh. Oh. I don't know why it jerked my camera over there for the nuke, but... Oof. Big hit. All these tiles are damaged and polluted. They have to be cleaned up for the contamination or waited out. Like, it's such a huge deal. The nukes on these cities are absolutely massive. Because losing both of these would rob him of so much science and culture. Oh, jeez. Planes have been forced to retreat and do ranged bombardments. Modern armors unlocked for Arya. Arya's just building up a little bit in the background and just kind of building tall with the cities that he has. Same here with Malm. Malm's just working on her own thing. They're just letting these two go back and forth. Modern Era is going to end in 10 turns. Panama Canal completes. Why is the game paused? Oh. All right.
Kill Dutch is the only person in the chat. He's so nice. So I raised him a visit.
Fucking you two people all over the other player.
All right. Well, that's a GG for the Ironman event.
So, my man, did you do it?
No.
No?
All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Thank everyone for coming out. I hope you enjoyed the match. And I'll be reporting the victory and recording it up. I hope you guys enjoyed the CCC Ironman event. There is plenty more to come, but as far as I know, that is the only match I am casting from the CCC. However, I do hope you guys enjoyed the match. Please give a huge support out to all of our players today. From Dutch to Taha, Malm, Czozp, Jska, Arya, and Vladimir. It was a great game. I had an absolute blast casting it. I really hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. That was a phenomenal game. I was very surprised to see the diplomatic victory at the end. However, again, GG, and I hope to see you guys next time. This will be uploaded automatically to my channel, so if you missed a part of it, or if you're coming in now, it'll be over there in a couple of hours. Take care, everybody. Have fun.